Hello everyone, I am Tacit, and welcome to the Brighter Shores live stream, technically 104 to 108. So of course, we have been gone for the last, 5-6 days? Main reason being, also I'm trying to fix this mic right here, it's not wanting to fix itself, 1 second. Okay, I think I got it. Alright, but anyways, so the last 5 days, or 4 days, of course, our last stream was on Sunday, it is currently Friday. Of course, as many of you guys know, ended up getting the entire floor in this house redone. Mostly because some of it needed replacing due to, hurricane damage from several years back, and it didn't make sense to just replace some of it and then leave some of it as carpet and some of it as wood or some kind of weird mix. So we simply just gutted out the entire house and just replaced all of it with floor, regardless if it needed to be changed or not, as it would have just been too mix-matchy otherwise. But yeah, we had to move everything out of the house, pretty much had to like pack up as if I was moving away, and then move everything back in, which I just finished like late last night. I did a post on the YouTube community thing about it. But we are finally back in. About 90% of stuff is back in order, at least all the usable things that we really need. But the other 10% we can move later. It's not too big a deal. But yeah, pretty much everything's back in order. Everything's back to normal. Got nice wooden floor. All the hurricane damage has been fixed, at least floor related. Which at this point, pretty much everything related. I think the only thing we still need to get fixed is like some electrical stuff. But nothing too important with that we keep putting off because it's not that important. Like, I think the light in my room doesn't work, and like one other thing in the house just due to some electrical damage from the last hurricane. But beyond that, pretty much everything has been fixed that can be fixed. So yeah, that's all in order. That got situated. It did take a little bit longer than expected. We were originally going to be back by like Wednesday, and then it was moved to Thursday, and then they didn't finish until like really late Thursday. But main reasons for the delays was one person on the team, and they had to actually send a different team, ended up getting COVID-19. So that ended up delaying it some. The other thing that delayed it some is, well, aside from the cold weather, but rain. Ended up raining for like half of one of the days, which ended up making it quite a bit harder to work since they couldn't really cut the wood or anything else like that, because they were mostly doing that outside, not like in the house itself. They did do some amount of cutting on that day in the house itself, so I'm coughing a bunch is probably from that, because there's a little bit of sawdust in the vents and everything, but they did do most of their cutting outside, luckily. Just the one day that was raining, they had to do some amount inside, otherwise they would have taken even longer. But yeah, everything is situated, everything is good to go, everything is back where it needs to be, and yeah, we should be back to normal, as we are doing a noon Eastern Standard Time stream for Brighter Shores today. Anyways, in other news, speaking of things that aren't going to plan, the Q&A ended up getting delayed for Brighter Shores. The official post, I should probably read the one from Fan Samuel first. This is the community manager for Brighter Shores, and it makes the other one make a little bit more sense. Yes, I have been off sick. Yes, I'm still off sick. I plan to be returning to the office next week, which is kind of funny because we're both out for different reasons the last several days. Just wanted to stop by quickly to assure you this was not planned, nor does it make me happy. Expect nothing but the best on my return, including leaks. Oh, I thought it mentioned it here, but of course this would be the guy who is going to be doing the Q&A, or, you know, like the main answering of it for the live stream thingy. So yeah, he was not around. And of course the official developer, or lead developer of the game, Andrew Gower. Sorry we had to delay the combat rework Q&A as the person running it, of course, Fen Samuel. Q&A, yeah, how on earth am I off track on this small sentence? But anyways, sorry we had to delay the combat rework as the person running it ended up getting sick, which of course is Fen Samuel. Just imagine if I answered all questions with maybe. But anyways, yeah. And he did confirm in one of the comments here, which I can't check since we're not logged in here, but one of the comments does say that the patch itself did not get delayed and is going well. It's simply the Q&A on the patch itself is what got delayed. But the actual combat rework has not been delayed at all whatsoever. So expect that in like a week or two. Or whenever they finally get it to it. Anyways, hello Sir Valley, and hello Miss Sandwich, hello everyone else, welcome, 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 welcome. Hope all you guys have been having a wonderful several days. Alright, so before we get into things, one really big milestone ended up happening. So you might be noticing our level distribution, and that doesn't look like post 200 Minefighter. So I ended up deciding, before they end up doing the yanking to the combat system, whatever they're going to be doing with that, supposedly, seemingly at this point, whatever the last combat rework was, they're just going to be going with that. That's fine. I'm fine with that. But anyways, with that being said, that means all combats are going to be merged down the line. So I figured for Legacy Leaderboard and just to have it for true 200 all before then, is, yeah, we just go for 200 all. I was considering like the amount of time for going like 260, 270 Minefighter, then comparing it to the amount of time it would take to go do Hopeport and Scout. And I was like, you know what, this is about the same amount of time. Let me just go do the other two. And yeah, that's what I'm planning to do. Mostly because doing gear at this current state of the game for post 200 is a little bit annoying. So unless we get really lucky, we kind of don't have anything good. Whereas if we don't get lucky at any of the other level ranges, we can simply just craft our own stuff and not need to worry about it at all. So that's pretty much been game plan there. So yeah, we're currently working on 200 all combat doing guard right now. And then we're going to be working on scout. But in doing so, yeah, we actually got to top 20 leaderboard thingy. It is the first time I've ever had true top 20. The number itself has said that we've been in top 20 before. But of course, that didn't account for all the anonymous players. But over the last like month or so, we have had true leaderboard, aka all the anonymous players get counted regardless if they are on leaderboard or not. So yeah, we end up hitting this I think on like Tuesday or Wednesday, and yeah, we're officially in top 20 total in the entire game. I also went to the party. Unfortunately, we couldn't stream it or anything, but I was actually at the party of 3rd place right now, or you know, true 8th place, actual 3rd place. But Miles, yes. We've chatted with them quite a bit. Oh yeah, Chino, they took your spot. But yeah, we were actually at Mile ES's 500 All Chronopolis party. They ended up having that on like Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever it was, I can't remember. But yeah, I ended up going and doing it at the hotel and just stopping by for a little bit. Couldn't really type too well because it was on Steam Deck. But yeah, I stopped at their 500 All party. And now I assume they're working on 200 All, based on their level distribution. But yeah, that's what they've been working on, and they've been skyrocketing. Because they actually have the most 500s of anyone in top 20 right now. So they have so many skills that aren't at 200 yet, compared to pretty much everyone else who's at like base 200 all for the most part. So they are like skyrocketing right now. I wouldn't even be surprised if they take actual 3rd place. They're in technical 3rd place right now, actual 8th, but they might reach actual 3rd very, very, very soon at the current rate they've been going. Like this happened a few days ago. They already gained like over 100 levels. It's kind of insane. Also, hello Chino, welcome, welcome. Miles ES is going to be ranked 2. I know, he's been zooming. It's actually crazy. I actually mentioned to them the other day before they had the current top 3 like they have. Like, you know, technical top 3. I ended up saying preemptively congrats on top 3. But, yeah, I might have to say congrats to actual top 3 soon. Because they are zooming so absurdly quick. Anyways, what did I come here for? I came here for the XP pots. Let's see. Though it makes sense. They have a lot of time. Last time I checked the time, like, Chino, you said it was like around 1,100 you had played. When you said at that time, when you had about 1,100 played, Mausius had like 1,500. So it makes sense why they're so progressed. Because, gosh, they've been like power grinding. Alright, let's go do our dailies real quick. I just want to go and do one thing before we do. We're going to need to start on the sparring guards today. And I figured just put a little bit into Stonemason. I'm trying to get to 206 Stonemason. So I want to put this one knowledge point into it. I've still been trying to knowledge all the AFK activities up. The only one I have left that isn't combat is Leatherworker. I'm not sure what to do with the combat ones yet, so I'm just going to leave those as is. But we are going to be doing a stream at some point. Maybe I'll even go do it for all the combat to just do it. I kind of want to wait on the Q&A just to like absolutely confirm it though. But yeah, we're about to unlock every passive for everything in the current state of the game. Like the cooking passive all the way at max, boom, 32. We have the fishing one all the way at max, 37, so on and so forth. The only one left is Leatherworker and the 4 combats. The 4 combats because I'm not sure what they're doing with it after the merge. And Leatherworker just because, well, we haven't done it yet. Working on it. But yeah, then we'll have every passive for everything. Which means sometime next week we will be doing probably the true 200 all. In the sense that as soon as we hit 200 all at some point, once we finish out combat, we're not only going to be having 200 all, but we'll also be doing the activity for every single thing, including passives. Which I'm actually not sure if a single person in the entire game has bothered doing yet. We might actually be the first person. Just because I'm pretty sure most people post 200 all, aka like everyone above us right now. I don't believe a single one of them have bothered wasting like 1,000 knowledge points. Because you'd have to waste 32 here, 37 here, like probably 40 something here, so on and so forth. I believe in total, yeah, there's almost like 1,000 knowledge points across every skill. Because there's what, 18 skills? Oh, you think Vorpal did? Oh, we won't be the first then, sad. Never mind, Vorpal already did it. Oh, well, we're gonna be one of the first few. Because I'm pretty sure most people didn't bother wasting that many knowledge points on that. So it won't be the first, but we'll be pretty close. Because it's really not worth doing. I just want to do it for completion's sake. In case they are ever viable. Like, for some of them, they obviously are. Like, obviously, we'll use it for alchemy, we'll use it for carpentry, we'll use it for almost everything in Mines of Matubin. We'll use it for leatherworker. But there's definitely some we will barely be using it for, if ever. Like, we're definitely never using it for Chef. As soon as we get this kill, we'll go teleport over. Also, what's with the maces? It dropped a mace, and let me guess, another mace? There's no way we get back-to-back-to-back maces. No chance. Alright, good. Anyways, we can do our dailies now. Yeah, look at that. Every single one done. The only ones I haven't done is Leatherworker and Combat. Combat because I still want to see what ends up happening with it after the Q&A. And Leatherworker just because what we're doing that today. Just haven't had time to get around to finishing it. Beyond that, our knowledge points is currently going into Stonemason, so we can start doing the 206 Stonemason AFK. As I do want to get that off the ground so we can actually go use the stone from it. As I do want to get these a little bit more even. Under the new combat system, I actually want to get these a little more even rather than super high smithing. Before, it was really extremely relevant if we went really high smithing. But now, it's actually a lot more important if we go 400 all in all three of them. Based on recent things that have been mentioned in Q&A and everything. Or, you know, based on the upcoming rework. Still waiting on that Q&A, though. They still don't have an official date yet. Hopefully they will soon. As we just read at the beginning of the stream, the community manager is currently sick, so... that is kind of delayed it a little bit, but the patch itself is not delayed. But getting more info on the patch itself is delayed, unfortunately. Which is pretty good to know, and hopefully we get soon. But no official date at this exact moment in time have been given. But they'll get around to it. Personally, I haven't really been in a rush for most things in this game. So, take their time. We'll get to it eventually. I know a lot of people have kind of like quit over time just because they keep taking so long, but honestly, I'm kind of used to it for a lot of games. I'm used to some games that don't update for like literal months. So the fact that they've already done so many in the first few months, I'm perfectly fine with it. Well, they'll get to it when they get to it. Still plenty of stuff to grind. We mentioned it since like day one, or maybe not day one, but definitely week one. In the current state of the game, we could easily grind for like 2 years before we run out of content. Like if they did no update between now and like February 2027, I'd be happy with the amount of content currently in the game. Like obviously more would be better. Like I could definitely grind this for 2 years before I would run out of stuff. Most notably when you hit 500 all, you'd kind of hit a wall. Because my plan doesn't really change much. Obviously, when we know upcoming updates, like the big combat rework and everything, obviously we're pivoting a little bit more towards combat. But otherwise, there's like pretty much a plan to go all the way to max, as far as what you need to prioritize at any given time. Alright, hey, 301 Detective, nice. Gosh, I give so much XP. Those post-200 ones are kind of crazy. Anyways, back to Hopeport. So, today, and honestly, probably next week, for better or for worse, is pretty much combat only. Combat with some multi-skilling, though, because there is a lot of forging we could do. We've actually gotten 2.5 forging levels so far. We need to get to 209, ideally. But, it can get quite a bit of forging from doing, guard. There are a lot of things that have synergy with it. Unfortunately, there is 0 fishing synergy, but there is a ton of forger synergy. So we will be utilizing that here and there in order to get a little bit better value. The main reason for this is the 10% potion. At 209 forger, you get access to the very last good resource in all forger. The skill basically stops at 209. Everything beyond that is just monument pieces or plus 70 combat potions. And I guess technically potato. But other than those, there's nothing all the way... Actually, technically 2 potato upgrades. But aside from all that, there's absolutely nothing all the way to max. So you're really only doing that if you're going super high chef, because I don't think you need a second potato until like 350 a chef or something. Like 340, 350. The plus 70 potions are pretty irrelevant. You can actually get all the way to 500 alchemy, never making a single one. And plus they're not even needed for combat, at least in the current state of the game. And beyond that, all you get is monument pieces, which are just cosmetic reward anyways. You do get a little bit of gold along the way, but it's pretty much purely cosmetic. So long story short, after 209 Forager, we have max Forager. Not literally max, but for all intents and purposes, as far as like useful things you can get from it, it is max. It'll also make it whenever we do want to touch some of the resources, so we actually get pretty good EXP rate for the time. Because even though I'll have to ignore all the plus 70 potions, we will still be able to grab all the really juicy stuff, like the 10% EXP pots and stuff like that. So the really, really important stuff that's on almost every route. Because if you go on any beach route, you always pass rack. And if you go anywhere internally, you will always pass, what's it called? You'll always pass the, blood nettle. So you'll always be getting at least some 10% material anytime you walk through that area. Assuming you grab it whenever you walk by. So you'll always get like a slow trickle of foraging XP and a slow trickle of 10% pots for Chapter 1. Which of course would primarily be used on, well, other than knowledge points, on Alchemy. And I guess technically on Chef. Chef is actually decently slow. It's mostly because of all the bank time. The main thing that makes Chef slow is the bank time. If you already had everything banked, it's actually pretty quick. The problem is that's impossible to do until trading comes out. But if you already have everything pre-banked for Chef, it's actually a pretty good XP rate. The biggest issue is it's scaled as if there's like no bank time. Which is really weird because I feel like a lot of other skills actually take it into account. But Chef doesn't really take it into account that much compared to many other skills. So hello, Krydak. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I know, we're finally back, We should be back to a completely normal schedule now. We stream around noon every single day, and Mondays will be up in the air as far as what will happen. I'll still be streaming on Mondays, though, of course. This Monday in particular, I'll probably still be doing a bunch of moving in the house. Even though I did all the more important stuff, there's still some stuff I need to move around. I'm probably just going to delay till Monday at this point. But everything that's important is back where it needs to be. Also, honestly, moving the computer setup the first time wasn't too bad. I mean, was pretty bad. But after getting used to moving everything, and knowing where everything needs to go, it's not too bad. I could probably do it in like 20, 30 minutes now. Whereas I think the first time took like a couple hours. But now that's already been done, I can kind of streamline it a little bit more. It's still annoying to do though. As well as everything else. Still got a bunch of random crates of random stuff though that I need to put back. Also, I finally got to do some spring cleaning. There was a bunch of junk I got to finally get rid of. That's been in random drawers or piled on stuff just randomly. I finally got to clear out the house. Also, the house looks so nice now too. Still a bit dusty, so if I ever get like really coughy or sneezy, it's probably because of that. Because they did do some amount of wood cutting in the house when it was raining that one day. And it's still bothering me because of pretty bad asthma. It's not as bad as I thought it would be though. Because they cleaned up pretty well. But, one less thing to need to worry about, luckily. And aside from the, some electrical work, there isn't really too much work that the house really needs at this point. As far as needed work. There's one other thing, which is basically completely redoing the bathrooms, but that's more of a luxury thing than a needed thing. Whereas this was more so done to fix hurricane damage. But the only thing still damaged from hurricane is what you call it? The, some of the electrical system for the house. But beyond that, everything is pretty much fixed at this point. Which we slowly got fixed over the last several years. But yeah, the main thing with the bathrooms is the way they're currently set up is just a little bit of a concern with mold over time. Mostly the showers. That's quite a bit lower concern. It's more so from the house just being so old. Because gosh, I think this house was from like, I'm not sure what year. It was definitely sometime like mid to later 1990s. I mean 1900s, I mean. I think the oldest house I ever lived in was during elementary school. It was actually so old that it had like a different deed system compared to everything else. It was also so old that there used to be horse trails there, not even actual roads. Like we're talking like probably 1800s old, like sometime around there. Like the house's layout and everything was still assuming horse roads. Like literally just dirt paths around it. Because if you ever like saw the house, it has like such a weird like sharp corner that makes like no sense for actual like pavement roads. But that's because we were just there for so absurdly long. I finally need a heal pop for once. Yeah, we're going to be doing a lot of combat over the next week. Not only are we working on 200 guard now, and then working on 200 scout, but after that, we should hopefully have the combat Q&A by then, hopefully, fingers crossed. And if we do, I might even be working on 250, 260 Mines of Matubin. It really comes down to what some of the stuff that gets mentioned there and everything. But I don't know, we might pivot back to just all-in skilling, we'll see. Or do a mix of both by the time we get there. To some degree, it already is a mix of both. Because once we get to Tentacle, we got to do mining into Mine Fighter until 262. So regardless how you look at it, we will be doing some amount of mix of both. But for now, we are in our all-in combat pivot arc. At least till true 200 all. Since we finally got 200 all, or you know, we finally got top 20 rating as our true number. Now we're going to be doing that for true 200 all. Because it doesn't feel right to say 200 all without technically having 200 all in the current state of the game. Like, yeah, we do under this new system, but it's not now, so let's go get it now so we can truly have it. And also just prepares us for whatever on Earth they're going to do with the combat rework. If we have 3 200s and a 271, I think we're pretty nicely positioned regardless what they do. It may not be the most optimal, but it should be good regardless of how they go about it. Yeah, when do we get our next fight, by the way? Wrong chapter. Our next fight's at 135. Also, normally I don't grab all the drops, by the way. I've kind of been leaving most of them on the ground. Guards are an exception because they are by far the closest thing to a cell in the entire game. If you happen to die against them, you're literally right there and then you just walk back. Like, they're probably the chillest thing in the entire game to go and pick up everything for. Because there's not a single enemy in the game closer to a cell shop currently. Yeah, we gotta go take on the Here Beast next. We can technically start taking them out pretty soon. If I was to take them on right now, we would definitely want 25% pots. And we're trying to drink up all my 20%. Just so I would run out. But I'm just now realizing I'm gonna need more for Scout. At lower level range, you can get away with 20%, but eventually you want to switch all into 25% only. We're at a level range where 20% is still fine, though. Also, one thing I've never really paid much attention to, but definitely have noticed in all this combat grinding. For whatever reason, you move slower when going diagonal in combat compared to a cardinal direction. Why? I have no clue. But it's one of the reasons why movement feels a little clunkier during combat. You notice it a lot when you diagonal range enemies compared to straight on. Or, you know, compared to cardinal direction them. But, yeah, things move slower diagonal, including your own character. It's not that much slower, but it is slower. It's definitely slower enough to notice. And somehow I've never noticed it until, like, a couple days ago off stream. I'm like, wait, why are they moving, like, so much slower? It's like, oh, the diagonal. Interesting. I would also explain when we aggro skip why sometimes the timing is slightly different. Because normally they prioritize going diagonal, which is a longer delay. Compared to a cardinal direction roll to hit you one tick quicker. Hey, that reminds me, let me go bring up the combat thingy. We did this last time so we can see our gear progression throughout the entire stream. I need to start remembering to do this any stream that we're doing, like, combat only. AKA the next week. So hopefully you guys like combat, because we are going on such a hard combat pivot. At least until 200 all. After that, we'll probably go back to skilling just for a break. Because 200, 200, 200, 272 should be fine for whatever the update is. Oh, also, I did not 4-star fight this weapon, by the way. I just came that way. It's generally never worth going for a 4-star weapon, unless you just get it as a drop. I only did it once for the tentacle in the other chapter, just so that we can kill them way earlier. But generally you should never 4-star weapon. I mean, 4-star range weapon in the current state of the game. This will change over time once we have ammo. Though to some degree, I honestly, after doing some more combat, I don't think I'm going to get any extra ammo. Which might sound weird, but there's 2 reasons for it. Range, I believe, is slightly weaker than anything melee related. So you're by default already doing less damage. But the other big reason being is due to them changing it about 2 months ago to auto shift to your next weapon. It's actually really nice using a super quick attack speed weapon, in which case you always have one on Crown Knight. Either your green bow or your blue throwy weapon. But it's way better to do that for 4 hits than auto switch to your weapon than it would be to have extra ammo on your weapon. So if it's possible under the skill tree, I'm actually going to completely ignore extra ammo in favor of other stuff, as that other stuff will help us a lot more. Which does mean we won't be able to do some cheese strategies, but the rate at which we should be able to kill things should be a lot better. Because honestly, you really don't need more ammo. In some situations, it's actually worse if you're playing super AFK, which on Steam Deck I do quite a bit, like when I was away, because the entire time I was away, I was on Steam Deck only. And when you're playing on Steam Deck or eventual mobile, it is way better to actually have less ammo, just so you auto-switch so you don't have to do another click for it. Even on PC, it's nice. On PC, it's a little bit easier to hotkey it. But on Steam Deck and especially phone, it would be so nice just having the auto-switch, which you can only do if you have less ammo. Unless they ever put a threshold for auto-switching based on amount of ammo loss. In which case, you would probably want to set it to 3. So after 3 ammo, you would auto-switch to your weapon. Hello, Joe! Welcome, welcome. How many hours have you put into in per day, loosely? About 12 hours per day. You feel like you've played this game a lot, and you're only at 1,300 total? Well, how many hours have you played? Let's see. We actually know our exact numbers due to Steam. Because even when I'm on Steam Deck, it tracks it. It won't whenever the mobile version comes out, but I'm probably not playing the mobile version too much. Because it's between Steam Deck and PC. But, though it would some amount. In the last 2 weeks, we've at 166.9 hours. And since launch, it is 1,318 hours, 0.4. Oh, we're about to die. Oh, no. No! That's fine, though. Out of any location in the entire game, this location punishes you, like, a negative amount for dying. Because all we do is we come over here. What's our next enemy going to be hitting us with? I think it's Necromay, oddly enough. And green, so that actually works out really well. We'll put this into that. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, let me go do the math on how many hours we've played per day. Because all we have to do is divide whatever today is, which I believe was, what did I total to stream? 104 to 108. So we got to divide it by 108. And that'll get us our number. Alright, one moment. Calculator, I don't have you open. Where are you? 1 second. Where's my calculator? Alright, calculator. What are we doing? We're doing that number divided by 108. 1318 divided by 108. Yeah, 12.2 hours per day is what we're currently at. So yeah, we've been averaging about 12 hours a day, roughly. Give or take a little bit. Oh, why is it not switching? Hello? There it goes. Yeah, we started pretty inefficient early on. But after like a couple weeks to a month, we've been going pretty heavily into efficiency. The first month, I would say we were a lot more average, or even below average on efficiency. But over time, we kept getting increasingly more efficient because there wasn't really anything else to do other than play more efficiently. As far as unique content. So we gradually got increasingly more efficient over time. Even today when we do combat, we'll be doing Forge or mixed with combat. I just need to be killing something a little bit initially for the first hour so that we can get some better equipment. But after we get like 1 or 2 drops from these guys, we're probably heading straight to the 135s. I'm mostly just looking for a good drop or 2. Like a single 3-star and 4-star, and honestly I'm probably moving to the next enemy. I just need something. Currently they've given us nothing other than that 1 2-star glove we just put on. Also, I have been using the blue 2-hand for Cryonet a lot more often lately. Some people have suggested it in the past. And yeah, it is pretty good. The main benefit of it is it makes it so you don't have to switch weapon as much. And as far as durability is concerned, just getting a few extra levels is enough durability normally to not need to deal with shield. The problem with shield is once you have way more than enough durability, it falls off like crazy. There are some situations where durability does matter for it, but I think it's going to matter a lot more for PvP and for PvM. Against standard enemies, as long as you just gain a few extra levels, you don't really need to shield. I guess post 200, there might be some areas where you use it a bit more often though. But pre-200, anything can be solved with a two-hand if you just get a few more levels. And just not worry about it. So that's what we've been doing going forward. I've gotten like 5 different rapiers on the guard grind. I just keep selling them. For one, because most of them have been pretty bad rolls, but also just because we've been running the two-hand into two-hand. Longsword into the blue two-hand. And the blue two-hand, I believe, is as strong as Hammer Mage's yellow two-hand. And their yellow two-hand is so insufferably hard to make. Whereas the one for Crown Knight's actually really straightforward. Oh no, Chronopolis is currently winning the poll. I was considering banning Raid Dens from the poll, though I figured I'd keep it in. But the current poll is, if you were to do combat in only one Brighter Shores zone, which would it be? And of course all 4 zones, Hope Port Guard, Hope Forest Scout, Mines of Matubin Mine Fighter, Chronopolis Watch Person. And currently, Chronopolis is winning by the most. I was, for this poll, considering banning Raid Dens for consideration. But I did leave them in, which is biasing Chronopolis to be quite a bit higher. Because obviously it will if you count Raid Dens. They are so absurdly AFK and multi-skilling. The only downside of them is you don't get any loot along the way. Which feels really weird doing normal combat. Because I'm not used to constantly getting drops from doing combat. I'm so used to Chronopolis where like 80% of your combat you ever do gives you 0 drops whatsoever. Which really biases how many drops you get along the way. Oh, he ended up trying Gems of War earlier. Actually, we're doing the Gems of War stream today too, because I wasn't able to do it Monday night. We'll be doing it at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in like 7.5 hours from now. Game plan is basically go with Brighter Shores for about another 5-6 hours, grab dinner, and then yeah, we'll do the Gems of War stream later tonight. It is the game plan. But for now, combat, combat, combat. But yeah, a lot of Brighter Shores stream will be kind of a little bit more mid-range these days. Just because we're pretty much doing the same thing for every stream until the combat rework. I mean, not every stream. But, you know, today we're working out on 200 all combat. Then tomorrow, 200 all combat. Then, like, 5 days from now, 200 all combat. Like, it'll vary a little bit while we're fighting. But combat is very straightforward these days. You click on something, you wait. There's a little bit more strategy to that in the current state of the game, but that is about 90% of combat right now. Click and wait. I'm fine with that, though. Honestly, if the combat system was to remain like this, I wouldn't have hated it. But it definitely needed a bit more. It needs special attacks, which was always planned. It needs things to actually fight that aren't just basic enemies, stuff like that. That's all things that are coming in time. And we might see a little bit more direction on it based on the Q&A coming up. Also, sometimes I think some of the players are NPCs. Because if you look at these two people, could you even tell which one the NPC is? The answer is this one. This is the real player. But it's hard to tell. Like, you look at these two, and it's like, oh, they're both the same person. But no, that's the player, and that's the NPC. Like, even there, it's more confusing. Now it really looks like two of the same person is fighting each other. But it's just a new player that hasn't turned on all their name stuff yet, like this guy has. This guy also hasn't yet. This guy's colored a lot more like them, though. But yeah, so far, how many more levels do we have? 70. And then 150 minus 1, 220, 219. We got 219 more levels. So you can say 220. Which means we'll get to level 3,950 by the end of it all. Which means in about a week we'll be right here. Somewhere's in here, probably right here. Because I think Ratsplat quit as well. Here's someone who's pretty active on the Steam forum initially. And obviously active in the game, as they are still higher than us to this day. But I think they've actually quit for about a week now. Because that number has not moved, like, at all. This person also, I think, ended up quitting. Not top player, just show overall rank. This person right here have only moved up, like, 10 levels in, like, a week. They're literally just checking their AFK activity and maybe ventures, and that's it. But yeah, I think Ratsplat just quit, like, outright for now. I think some people have. Quite a handful of people. Honestly, I have not lost my motivation at all. I know that what we're doing right now is not the most exhilarating content, but I could easily still do this for, like, another several hundred hours. I could do this to 500 all combat in the current system if we had to. We're not going to. But we could. But I'm curious to see what combat's going to look like afterwards with special attacks and everything. It's the main thing I've been always looking forward to with the combat system. Like, I didn't even care if they reworked anything else. Special attacks was the only thing we really needed. Everything else is just extra. That are just doing it for longevity of the game. But honestly, I would have been fine with literally just special attacks and nothing else. This is the main kind of variance that you need in combat, just so it's not just click and wait. Instead, it'll be click and wait for a bunch of cooldowns. I'm curious to see exactly how it'll work, though. Because there isn't any way it makes combat slower. Whatever it does, it should speed up the rate at which you can do combat. And if they don't rescale XP, it's probably going to be the quickest skill in the game to go do combat. Like, it's going to be the new merchant, essentially. Oh, so these things have a really annoying text box. They have two weird mechanics that no other enemy in the entire game has. One is they do not have a respawn location. They simply just respawn where they were last killed. The other thing that's really weird about them is they have a text box that comes up at the end of every fight, which you have to mash out of. It's two unique aspects that no other enemy in the game has. Which is really annoying. But another thing that's kind of annoying about this chapter, not a single thing is immune to fire. I mean, weak to fire, I mean. There's stuff immune to it, just not weak to it. I believe it's the only chapter in the game where nothing is weak to fire. They have things weak to necrome, but there's nothing weak to fire. Because when I get this weapon, I was like, double checking. It's like, oh yeah, there's nothing actually weak to fire in this whole chapter, is there? When we got as a 4-star drop from the goblin guys. They're immune to fire, but they're not, there's nothing weak to fire. There's the two goblins are immune, but nothing is weak to it. Which is kind of funny, because in something like Mines of Matubin, if you were to range only everything, there's two enemies that you could safe spot with range that are both weak to fire in Chapter 3. Yeah, this one has neither. Another drop. Unfortunately, it is Plate Gauntlet again. And against the defenses we need, it's not better. We need green and Necrome, both which are lower. It's something I do hope they fix before Armor Maker comes out. It's not really something I've really seen anyone really mentioning in any of the combat Q&As either. There's like so many questions I wish to ask. And a lot of them, no one's asking for some reason. Both the two questions I asked, I haven't seen anyone else bring up. And I haven't seen anyone bring up the random RNG and the fact that you can't see it on armor, because that is exceedingly important to be fixed by Chapter 5. It doesn't necessarily need to be fixed with the combat rework, though it is related to the combat rework in the sense that all armor rolls it that way. But 100% needs to be fixed before Armor Maker skill comes out. All the invisible values that you can't even see on armor, as well as ideally be able to modify it so it actually rolls the correct values. Otherwise, your chance is like a 1 in like a billion that you get a perfect item. Probably even rarer than that. Whatever 6 1 in 20s is, I'm not sure what that comes out to. All I know is the chance of rolling 6 1 in 20s in a row is very, very, very slow. Like absurdly slow. There's a lot of zeros at the end of that number. And that's currently the chance that you get a perfect piece of armor. And that's only the chance that the armor piece is perfect. It's not even counting if it's going to be a 2-star, 3-star, 1-star, 4-star. It's simply just if it will be perfect. It could be a 1-star perfect for all you know. And statistically, it's most likely to be given the rarity curve, especially post 200. Which obviously doesn't do you any good. Which means it's even rarer than that number. A 6 1 in 20s is just a chance that you get a single perfect one, regardless of rarity. But obviously you also need to be high rarity. They get at least a 3-star. Oh yeah, I've still been running the Alchemy AFK, by the way, which I guess you got to see at the beginning of the stream. But yeah, I've been running the Alchemy AFK. I'm doing it until 214, honestly. I'm even considering it until 229. I've been considering doing the Alchemy AFK from 219 to 229 to just get it done. And just chug the 8% pots on the skill itself. I'm not sure exactly how that would work, but I've joked about it a lot, and I kind of wanted to go to the joke, where we drink our own supply as we go. Oh, so hello, Laney Sonny, and thank you for the like. Greatly appreciated. Hope all's been well. And we are doing Gems of War later tonight. So if you're around, I'll see you then. As it's Vault Weekend, so we'll be grinding in like 7 hours from now. I haven't had any chance to grind it yet, though. But it will be throughout the weekend here and there. As well as that one stream we'll do later today. See you later. Thanks for stopping by, Sonny. Oh, so I said I would go to the next enemy as soon as we get like 1 3 or 4-star drop from these guys. And that's still true, but we haven't gotten a single 3 or 4-star drop from these guys. Which is kind of unfortunate. We literally just need 1 upgrade, and I think we're ready to take out the 135s. The problem is we actually need to get that 1 upgrade. Because we need something to push us over the edge. Right now we're kind of a little undergeared. Not like particularly undergeared, but more undergeared than I wish we'd be. Honestly, out of all of our 200 grinds, it's probably the most undergeared we've been at any set currently. Luckily, the enemy after next enemy is really free. Like, even undergeared, I think we can start taking his plan out at like 137, maybe 138. Honestly, you could probably start doing it at 135, but I do want to do some amount of Hero Beast first. Mostly because you can do nettles while doing Hero Beasts, whereas you gain potatoes while doing the plant. And nettles are not only more useful, but slightly more XP. As we do need to start slowly work towards 209 Forger. I don't think we're going to get it from 200 Guard. But I want to get as close as we can, just so we don't have to deal with it. Because we basically have max level Forger for all intents and purposes once we hit 209. I don't plan to ever train it any higher unless they really force you to at some point. But as far as things that are actually useful, we don't plan to go above 209 Forager anytime soon. Any bit we do is just free XP we get while getting Fisher up or something. As there are a lot of free racks you can get from the beach from 2 to several fish. The Manta Rays and the Gennards or whatever they're called. Oh, I'm actually gonna double pot here. That's not good. Oh, we're really losing this one fight. He's hitting really hard for some reason. Oh yeah, also we've been making a decent amount of money. We're actually at 11 gold now, despite having spent a ton of gold on combat itself. Our gold stack's actually going pretty high. Even though we've been using healing potions, 5% pots, which I keep forgetting to drink to stream, everything else. Probably start drinking them. I always bring them with me, but I always forget to drink them. Like half the time. I'll go like half an hour without drinking like a single one. Which is pretty much a stream in a nutshell right now. Dude, I don't think I drank a single XP pot since we did the daily 35 minutes ago. That just makes it so we don't have to kill as many. Because everything pre-200 is pretty bad loot-wise, except for Mines of Matubin, where all the alchemy drops are insane. I still want to go to Mines of Matubin back again at some point. I want to wait till the combat Q&A before we go into it, though. Because I want to hear them answer some questions about alchemy. Like how it's going to work after a rework. Because I might not have to do Panic Mines of Matubin as hard as I think I need to do it. Or they might confirm that I need to do it even harder than I thought. But we'll find out after Q&A. As at least someone should have asked that question. That'd be weird if no one asked. It wasn't the question I asked, but it'd be kind of weird if literally no one did. Hopefully they get around to answering it. Because whatever their answer is determines if we have to panic do Mines of Matubin or just simply go do skilling. Because if it seems fine after the update, we'll just go do skilling then. But if I won't be able to prioritize something like Fear Pots, we're probably going to need to go all in on Mines of Matubin and just start farming them up. The problem is how deep we have to go before we can start getting them. It's basically like getting a third or another 200. Because before I can realistically kill the tentacle, we probably need to get to like 245, 250. And let's say it does take us till 250. That's another 50 levels, which is another 200, which is basically like getting 200 all over again. For like a 5th time. Well, technically 6 if you count the Chronopolis already being done. But we need to get tanky enough. Like, for it to be worth doing post 200 Mindfighter, I would have to be tanky enough to kill a level 254 floor tentacle. That is quite a grind. Like 240 is probably the earliest we could take it on. Especially because you get the Metalith upgrades at 239. So 239 is the earliest we could take them on. And even then, that's a 15 level disadvantage. But it takes forever to get to 239. Let's say 240, or let's say 240. It's basically 160 levels pre-200. It's almost an entire, that's basically an entire, like, 50 to 200 grind. Like, the amount of time that would take to get to the point I could even kill the thing I want to go kill is about the amount of time it'll take to get Scout to 200. It's one of the reasons why I pivoted off of it. I started just going for 200 all. Also, just in case whatever change they make will just be adapted for anything. But the main reason is it would literally take us longer just to be able to fight the thing I want to go fight than it would just to get this to 200. So instead we're just getting it to 200. And just hoping that alchemy doesn't get completely messed up from the changes they're doing. And the main reason why that matters is we gotta do that grind soon. And by soon, I mean like a month from now. Soonish. But the next really big potion that we have to mass produce is 15-minute Fear. And the way they get 15-minute fears, you kill the tentacle creature in chapter 3. Technically the toad as well, but I'm probably just buying all the eyes because they're so much further to bank. Yet they cost almost nothing more. So we're gonna gather the tentacles, but buy the eyes. I do have some amount of eyes banked, though way less than a tentacle amount. But the tentacle is the only really important one. The problem is we still need several thousand. I think I only have about 1,000-ish banked. I have like 20-25% of what we need. And that's assuming we go switch to the AFK activity once we reach it as well. Like switching to the 8% Minds Matubin AFK. This one. But he's assuming we pivot to that. We have to do a lot less levels. We would only have to do 19 instead of like 30 almost. Yeah, we'd have to do 19 instead of 29. But it's still a lot though. I think you still need like 3,000-4,000 of them, and we have like not even 1,000 at the moment. It's also a good excuse to go get to 62 mining. We've been needing that for a while so we can actually start progressing it again. We kind of locked out of mining for a little bit. Oh yeah, that reminds me, that's one other thing to consider. When doing carpentry at given ranges, there's one carpentry activity that's way better than the other. Like, this one's bad, but this one's good. And this one's bad, and this one's bad, and this one bad. But then this one's good. There's one big issue I've been having with stonemason compared to bone rate. On my 2 alt accounts that are going for 500 slowly. The big issue is there's a lot of difference between which ones are good and bad between the 2 skills. For bone right, almost every AFK is good. The only ones that are bad are the ones where you have to make some kind of knick-knack. And slightly bad being the bone mail. They're technically kind of good because they prep you for chapter 5. Though they are a pure money loss. But everything else is just pure money gain. Like whenever you go do the dinosaur, divination, or anything like that. It's pure profit. Where stonemason has a much has a much bigger contribution, similar to leatherworker or carpentry, where they have mostly bad but one good AFK. But the one good one being the constant statue that pops up. But in between every statue, you got like 1 or 2 random little knick-knack item that you need to go make, which gets in the way of your rate. Because my one account doing stonemason is so poor right now compared to the one doing bone rate. As bone rate pretty much is profits, profits, profits. And stonemason is in like negative money right now almost. Like what it has in its inventory right now is its entire bank account pretty much. It's not even enough for 23 hours. I think it has like 10 hours in its inventory right now. Just keeps burning through money. Luckily its next activity is one that actually pays it, and not just pure money burn. It's one reason why Cryonite actually has quite a bit of an advantage if you're doing the one of every class route. Because smithing actually burns money at every single level range. Unless you mine it, there's not a single distribution where you profit from it. You will always burn money. Every single time. It's kind of like Chef in that regard, and that's really bad value to do. But because this is actually useful, it's fine to do. But if you had to do this on an auto count, it would be a nightmare. Which is one nice advantage of Crown Knights. Is if you're playing one of every class, it's way more convenient, at least for getting their primary skill, weapon skill up, to have your main be a Crown Knight. It's definitely not required. But if you were doing a alt account trying to get smithing up, good luck. Because if you're trying to do 500 smithing on an alt account, you better have a moneymaker ready for them. Because gosh, will they need it. As you just burn money the whole time and never profit. Whereas the bone right one is in the green. And even just doing stonemason is in the red, even with one activity that isn't that is actually like pure profit. Which means carpentry and leatherworker would likely be similar. And that doing them would likely put you in the red, but barely in the red. But smithing is like super, super red because everything just makes negative money. Before I can tell, Bone Right's currently in the green. It's the only one of these production skills out of any in the game that actually puts you in the green. Alchemy doesn't, but probably wouldn't, but player trading comes out. Carpentry doesn't. Leatherworker doesn't. Smithing very much doesn't. Stonemason doesn't. Yeah, Bone Right seems to be the only one. And also cooking doesn't. It's also pure burn. But Bone Right is the only, is one of the few good advantages of Bone Right. It is the only production skill AFK where if you did it the entire time, you would make money rather than lose money. There are ranges within it where you lose money. But if you were just going from AFK to AFK to AFK, it is the only production skill where you profit rather than burn money. Making it technically the best one in the entire game to AFK. Which means it's probably going to be my next target soon, honestly. After I get Stonemason to the point where I can use all my stone, I'm probably just doing the Bone Right AFK. As it's probably the second best production skill to AFK, other than Alchemy. The 3 highest priority is whatever your weapon making skill is. Which if you're Guardian, you're already good to go. And then the other 2 are Alchemy and Bone Right. Though if you're Guardian, it's technically only 2, not 3. Oh, so where's my upgrades, by the way? We've not gotten a single 3-star or 4-star from these guys yet. I said after 1 upgrade we'd go, but we haven't gotten that 1 upgrade yet. We kind of need to get the item before we can go. I was expecting to get a little bit quicker, but this is actually pretty unlucky. Not the unluckiest we've ever been, but that'd be nice if we got something. Oh yeah, I checked these gloves earlier. Those are duds. I just wasn't sure because it was higher level. Against all the defenses that we need on next 2 enemies, they're not worth it. As next enemy, we need Necromay. Any enemy after that, I need green defense. And as worse for both. And it's probably as far as we can get this stream. So we'll be able to see 3 different enemies at least this stream. The guard that we're on now, then the hero beast for a little bit of time. And then we're going to need to go make our new weapon for the plant and then start doing the plant a little bit. Should be able to do all that this stream. And off stream, I just AFK the plant until tomorrow. Or, you know, active AFK. And then we can move on to other enemies. But we should be able to get to 3 different enemies today. As well as craft a new set of weapons for one of them. Well, I say a new set of weapons. More so a new weapon. Because we're just going to be using this fire dagger, of course. Actually, I haven't been making any range weapon upgrades at all. Like, ever. I've just been using whatever we have. Because since you have such limited ammo, it honestly doesn't really matter that much how good your ranged weapon is. As long as they literally don't have immune to it, you're probably fine. Doesn't really matter if it's 3 or 4-star, doesn't really matter how underleveled it is. Like, it somewhat does, but doesn't really that much. Like, it's definitely better if it's not underleveled. But it's very not that noticeable at all. Even if you're on an enemy that you're getting all 4 hits on. The weapon definitely matters way more. Or, you know, your melee weapon. As we're like 21 levels below. I've been trying to level it like every 20-ish level so far. Not sure if that's too often or not often enough. But around every like 20, 30-ish, we've been upgrading to a 4-star weapon. I've also been pretty much using 4-star weapon only. I don't even bother with 3 stars, I just craft straight to a 4-star. Which when you have the production, you can do that. It's one of the other reasons why we're only doing 200 all and not trying to go post 200. Post 200 in the current state of the game is just really annoying to craft for. After the new system, it's probably not as bad. But yeah, I can still smell all the dust from all the sawing that they had to do in here. Hopefully it gets out of the ventilation system and everything in after the next few days. Every time the vents turn on, you'll need to cough because it's circulating all the dust. I get asthma so bad. That should be fixed in the next few days. Just needs to air out. Hey, Ozzy's here. There's one of the few people that's like absurdly high in this area. Oh, maybe not. They're fighting the same guard I am. That or maybe they've been neglecting combat. Oh, whatever it is, it's 500 alchemy cape, so they've definitely been doing something in this chapter. Kinda want to check now. I know. They just went for 500 alchemy. Otherwise, they're actually... Oh, that's why I know them so much. It's because they're Chronopolis main. They just happen to also do 500 alchemy. Oh, interesting. They actually rushed 500 watch person without doing detective. Well, rip cape. Oh no. I wonder why they're wearing the alchemy cape. They're not going to have the dragon cape soon. Oh, that's actually rough. Like, under a new combat system, it should be fine to go train it that way. If they're going with the current plan of merging everything together, then getting 500 watch person isn't too big a deal when it comes to training detective. Right now, that's really absurdly bad to do. But after the rework, it's actually perfectly fine if you did that. You're actually going to get saved pretty hard by the update. If you're someone who went for 500 watch person without 500 detective. Because if you try doing it the other way around, you get way too penalized on raid dens. You're getting almost no detective XP from them. But if you do it the other way around, or, you know, after the combat rework, you'll be a combat level where you actually can go into them. So anyone who did do 500 watch person already, you'll have a second chance to actually go and do detective then. Because in the current state of game, you're basically locked out of it until the combat rework. See how heavily they get penalized for being 500 combat. Which is way too overleveled for like a 218 raid or a 344 raid even. Because that penalty does apply to your detective XP as well, not just your combat XP. I think it's the only activity in the game where it actually double penalizes you. Though after the new system, there won't even be any penalty either. Plus they scaled a way higher of a level than they do now. Because right now they camp out at like 400 something. But after the rework, they'll probably be around 1,800-ish? Give or take a little bit. Give or take like 100, 200. As far as like the highest level one you could ever fight. Is around like 1,800, give or take about 100 or 200 levels. We don't know exactly currently though. We know the formula it's using, we just don't know what the other number is going to be. Because the formula is whatever the strongest, weakest enemy is in Chronopolis after you've gotten every Chronopolis unlock, plus the detective level of 451, whatever that number is. So that number could be around 1,700, 1,800, maybe 1,900? Realistically, like 1,700, 1,800 is the highest it goes after the rework. It's just the main thing we don't know for that formula is what on earth is going to be the strongest, weakest enemy in the Chronopolis. Or sorry, the weakest, strongest enemy, I mean. Not the strongest, weakest. But of the strongest tier of skin, which one has the lowest combat level? Because that's the number that determines what level they are. Which is a number we don't currently know. Oh, so hello, MK Jets! Yep, we're finally back. Should be back to normal schedule. They're also doing a Gems of War stream later tonight, so somewhat normal schedule. But it's just because we didn't do it on Monday. Plus, it's Vault Event weekend. Which I haven't even grinded at all yet. It'll be later, though. Yeah, I've been slacking on a lot of grinds in that game. Also because Brighter Shores has been taking up so much time. I know, Brighter Shores still has a pretty bright future, though. Still been enjoying it a ton. We have been hitting a little bit of that grind wall, though, especially once we actually hit true 200 all. Because then XP starts to move glacially slow. Still be making progress a ton, though. Just the rate of progress goes a bit slower than normal. Like, we could grind something for an entire stream and not even move up a tier after we hit 200 all. Like, you legitimately go for like 6 to 12 hours and not get a single upgrade the entire time. Luckily, at pre-200, we'll be seeing 3 different enemies. So we'll still be getting a lot of progress. Hey, Mousy S is here. Hey! What if they're training to 200 guard? Oh, that's nice. They came to tell us in person. But yeah, we're also doing Nettle Hair Beast. I was talking about that earlier. We're gonna be doing 3 Nettle, 1 Hair Beast, or whatever it comes out to. I was doing it some earlier, off stream. I think we've ever actually streamed it since we had Blood Nettle though. But I have done it off stream a little bit here and there on our 200 guard grind. Okay, we're heading there next. I said I would head there after 1 upgrade. I did not account for how long it would take for us to get that 1 upgrade. I still want that 1 upgrade though. I think we're strong enough to technically go there now, but I'm too thick-headed to not get this 1 upgrade though. I said I wanted my 1 upgrade, we're getting our 1 upgrade. So I'm pretty sure we can take out the Hair Beast right now if we want to. As long as they go switch to 25% heal pots, we should be fine. If we do get upgrades to level 129, you can tell we've gotten basically nothing from these guys because not a single one of these is 129 or even close. I think the only thing we've literally gotten is this glove upgrade and that's it. But pre-200, it has to be a 3-star or higher for me to really consider it an upgrade. Post-200, maybe that would be an upgrade. But pre-200, a 2-star small upgrade is not an upgrade. Honestly, if we don't get anything by the time this inventory fills up, I think I'm just gonna go head over there. If we actually go that dry. It's basically an inventory and a half with nothing. I just realized the shield's technically an upgrade, isn't it? Even though I won't be doing anything that utilizes a shield. I have someone just rang the doorbell. Oh no. I think it's just a package. Dog's going crazy though. Also, the dog is not used to the new floors yet. Also, I'm not sure why I hit a heal pot there. Someone has activated the dog with alarm. The dog alarm. It should calm down soon. She gets spooked by, like, literally anything. Alright, slightly lower defense, but better for everything else. So we'll put that on. We're almost in all 2-star armor. That is really bad. Pre-200, that's like almost never happens. I think the dog has now calmed. Almost. Yeah, it's kind of funny now that there's basically no rugging in the house at all, other than like a few throw rugs. It's kind of cute because the dog lays down on the ground and pretends to be a rug. He's all the lack of rug. He just likes to lay on the floor though. Floor's been really cold lately though. It was as low as like 20-something degrees near me last night. Like, it actually was almost like risk of snow again. This area got snow for the first time ever in like several years the other week. Like a couple weeks ago. But if it would have rained last night, we would have had snow. It's been so cold. Alright, we're just gonna bank these, that's fine. Yeah, let's go get our better XP pots then. Sell out all this junk. I mean, not better XP pots, I mean better healing pots. Oh, so hello, Hexa! Welcome, welcome, hope all's been well. How much does your shield sell for? Ooh, 84. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's go get better healing pots. We're gonna need it for these guys. Like every fight, we're gonna need one. That's fine. How many do I even have left? Not a lot. Need to buy more soon. Let's go head out. Let's see. Why do you stop leveling most of your professions to 200? Oh, the rarity curve. Getting to 20 is basically tutorial. 0 to 20. 20 to 199, or technically to 200, is the middle ground. But then it gets 4 times harder post 200. Like, everything is basically 4 times longer. The only thing that's really good post 200 are ventures and AFK activities. As they actually get scaled by the extra 4 times benefit. But all other activities don't really get upscaled in the same way. So pretty much most things post 200 take 4 times longer. But the only exception being things that take effect over time. Which are actually just as effective, which makes them really strong. That being ventures and the AFK activity, the passive activity. But everything else takes about 4 times longer to go get up. If you're going to use knowledge points or levels things directly or anything like that. So doing this work, we're going to be getting a lot of blood nettle. Blood nettle is used for the 10% XP pot in Hopeport. It's actually the most accessible 10% potion in the entire game. As it's the only one that you can make pre-200. Let's see, is Miles Yes in this room? Oh no, I didn't get a room with Miles Yes. I wonder if they're even here or not. Because I did make mention of it earlier. We got our own private server room. Yeah, hopefully these give us better luck for drops. The only problem is if they do give us something, I can't use them for 2.5 more levels. Hey, you're restocking fish, nice. Wait, do you actually buy all the fish? I've only been buying the lobster. I was gonna fish them myself, which I guess I probably should be restocking some of the other ones so I can actually go do them. Because I haven't done these dailies in like a week. Probably should be poking at them here and there. I just hate doing hourlies. I really should be though. I just kind of want to have literally everything sourced myself. But the problem for that is we have to do 226 Fisher and 208 Gatherer. Eating like 12 eels and 12 of the other fish, that makes sense. Yeah, I've been doing lobster only just because they're really, really cheap as well. And I figure when player trading comes out, we can also just sell them. I know you're not enabling trading. You're staying good old Iron Man mode. But no, I will be enabling trading when it comes out. Out of anything in there, it has a pretty good buy to sell ratio. As has a really good range, so if I have any excess, I'll just be able to sell them out later. I just realized something funny. You can actually get the plus 70 potion supplies, but just by killing stuff. You don't actually need the foraging level. Even less of a reason to need forager. I didn't even think about that. Because these drop the pondweed. The other thing dropped the little bell plant. Does every single one of them get dropped by something? Because the other thing drops a shell. That's for the XP potion. I don't think anything drops the kelp for the heal, though, or the other wall plant thing, so nothing for the heal. For whatever reason, that one thing all the way in the top right corner, like northwest, they drop fish, like eels. Some of the drop tables in this chapter are so weird. It's also the only chapter where just like an outright XP drop pot is dropped. Also, I believe they put it in the wrong order. Because I was killing some, getting a 5% pot, then I was getting a 7% pot, then I was getting a 6% pot. So, whatever the drop table they set up for thieves is in the wrong order. Because I was actually getting 7% before I ever got to 6%. And I was getting 6% after having already gotten 7%. Don't die on me. There we go. Very sketchy fight. If we have to spend one heal pot per fight, that's not too bad. It's worth like the 5-ish silver in order to be able to kill these early. In undergeared gear. 17k kill. It'd be even more if I would remember to drink this 5% pot. At some point I'll remember to sip it. So it looks like the dog alarm has officially ended. I'm still not sure how anyone can like dogs more than cats. I've always been more of a cat person my entire life. And after this dog, it just fortifies that even more. Luckily, it's not my dog. I do help take care of it, though. Actually, I haven't owned a pet in a very long time. Like, it's actually been like 13, 14 years. I do feel like I would get a bird if I do get one, though. I definitely miss having chickens, so I don't think I would get chickens again. Though in this economy, maybe. But no, it'd probably be some kind of cage bird. Yeah, there's one thing we're gonna have to do with this enemy compared to the other thing. We're gonna have to bank pretty often. But it's worth it for all the 10% pots, though. So, hello, Yusef. Welcome, welcome. Are the world quests a waste of time and Gems of War? No. They're actually really good value. As they give you a free epic all the way at the end. And a lot of the early section ones are really, really good relative to what you'd be starting with. They actually just buffed one of them last week as well. Like, literally this week. Like, on Monday. Speaking of updates, though, when was the last time we've gotten a Brighter Shores update? Not like an update on the update, but when was the last, like, update period? It's been a little while, hasn't it? I haven't really noticed because we were away for, like, a week at that time, pretty much. But, yeah, the last, like, update was on the 11th. Not, like, update on an update, but an actual, like, physical... No! I was checking the thing! Why would you do that? It killed me while I was checking stuff. I even drank a heal pod that battle, gosh. Honestly, I'm about to go back to use guards until we get, like, one more drop or something. Well, at least, like, one more level off of them. No worries. But 11th was the last update then, so it's been 10 days. That's not too bad. Yeah, let me go back to sparring guard till we get, like, one more level. We're still a little under-leveled. Just because we're so under-geared right now. Should you trust the team recommendations? No. You should always be making your own team. I'm pretty sure team recommendations almost just put something random there a lot of times. Maybe not completely random. But it's definitely not good for building teams out of. Also, hello Mario! Welcome, welcome. Do I think combat's going to be better after an update? Well, it can't be worse. But no, it will definitely be better. Originally, I only really needed special attacks for it to be fixed. But they're doing a lot more than that, merging everything and everything else. I still, to some degree, kind of wish they would keep them divided. But I'm also fine with one big merge. It was mostly special attacks and skill tree I was most interested in. If they merge or don't merge them, I don't really care either way. But the main thing I care about is special attacks and the eventual skill tree. Because those are the two things that are actually going to make like a big difference with it. The actual merge technically doesn't really change much. It changes how you go about training combat, as well as benefiting all zones while training any combat. But it changes the way that you do it. It doesn't really change how you do it. Like, the order in which you kill things and stuff like that changes, but what you actually do to kill things doesn't change at all. It's special attacks and skill tree that actually changes gameplay. Yeah, I'm mostly going for 200 all combat right now, just to go have true 200 all. But after that, I'm probably putting on the back burner for a bit. And going back to all-in skilling until pretty much every combat rework hits the game. Whatever day they do end up doing the first wave of the combat rework, I will do some amount of combat though, of course. But until every single combat change is implemented, I don't plan to go much beyond 200 all. And they're really doing 200 all now in case whatever they change it to next week, we'll be ready for. For when they rework the combat rework. I'm mostly just prepping for the rework. So regardless what they will do, we'll be ready. Also, so we have true 200 all before the rework. Figured that'd be a fun goal to go for. But after that, we're going pretty much all in on skilling until every rework to combat is in the game. We'll still revisit it for like a day or two after each individual rework. But at this point, it's going to be like 2 or 3 waves of content before all the combat changes are in. As it currently stands, they're not doing it all in one update. But at bare minimum 2, if not 3. Oh, finally an upgrade. Oh no! Wait. Come on. It's kind of an upgrade. The problem is I have 2 Guardian armor, not a Hammer Mage. I did combine some earlier, but that needed to be a Hammer Mage for me to be able to use it. If that was Hammer Mage, that would have been huge. It would actually been really big if that was Hammer Mage item. But I can't do anything with double bone right. Because if that was Hammer Mage, I would have been able to upgrade my chest plate to like a 115, 120-ish 4-star. But because that was double Guardian, there's actually nothing I could do with it. It's probably just gonna rot in the bank there. So a little unlucky there. If that was Stonemason, we'd be good to go. Because that chest plate would be our highest piece of armor then, after the upgrade. Alright, let me just go head over there and just hope it's good enough. We gained 1 level since then. No gear upgrades, technically, unfortunately. But we did gain a combat level since then. So as long as we're paying attention and actually click a heal pot when we're about to die, we should be fine. How many oysters do I need? I should probably start buying some of the actual stuff, other stuff I need. Just so whenever I have any contract, we're just good to go already. This is bass, right? I don't need too many bass because I'll be the next one that expires, but I'll pre-buy some now. Then we'll work on oyster next because I have like a 3, 4, 500 lobster bank or something. The problem with this fish is it falls off, I believe, in like 200 something chef. Like the second we get our next dish, I believe we don't do it anymore. So at 208, we don't need it anymore. I said this bass, we gotta start getting the cod. Yeah, if you're really under-leveled on a fight, just using your first heal pot as soon as you could full heal you is pretty good strategy. Just to make sure it's off cooldown by the time you hit it again. Pre-200, you can get away with 20% pots a lot more. I've been doing it some here and there. Hey, Mousy S is here now. We have joined the Nettle Hairbeast grind. Actually, we're on the exact same one too, which is kind of funny. Or you at the same guard level right now. I wonder if we're at the same forager level too. Yeah. Literally the same forager level, that's funny. I'm 5 less guard levels, but we're the exact same, forager. That's really funny. Basically the same 4 XP as well, nice. Yeah, it makes sense because both of us post 200 are mostly just been gaining foraging off of doing combat. Alright, basically the same combat level as well. Because I'm pretty sure we've been doing literally the exact same thing post 200 for forager. Which is literally just train post 200 forager while doing guard. Yeah, using double 20% pot is a lot more AFK. I was actually doing that a lot on Steam Deck while I was away. Particularly on goblins, because you kind of just camp like right between the stairs. But when doing the smaller goblins, or really either the goblins, you can stand on the staircase and just range them. And if you're down on them, you just simply pre-do a 20% as soon as you take some damage. And you can just AFK the rest of the fight pretty much. I just realized something. The room limit of this room is probably 3 people. Because it's technically a combat room. There's one weird thing with rooms like this. Is they made some of them really, really low limit. So you don't get overly crowded while doing combat. But also makes it so the room fills up so absurdly quick. What's my highest tool level? Level 30 pickaxe. I was gonna get to 35, but I ended up opting not to. I might still do it, we'll see. 25 is basically the sweet spot of when you should stop leveling them. And 50 you should never ever 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 go beyond, even if you have like infinite cash. Is it's better to just chug 10% pots with a level 50 tool than it is to bother going for a 100 tool. Vorpal has level 40 Trowel. Oh gosh. Yeah, one strategy you can do is do all the money-making skills first, and then allocate all of that towards buying your tools for Gatherer. So, for example, do all combat first, do merchant first, maybe even go do leatherworker if you want to sell it rather than bank it, and then go do all the gathering skills, because then you could afford to get level like 30, 40, 50 tools then. But otherwise, you should pretty much just go 25 all tools. Actually, even right now, I'm not even using a 25 tool. Probably should be. I don't have the money to fully upgrade it, though. And I don't plan to camp it too much, so I'm probably not going to bother. If I was planning to go, like, really deep post 200, I would. But I really don't plan to go above 209. Other than the little bit of XP I get from the racks, but there's no tool that upgrades the rack. So it's not worth going out of my way for, just for that little bit of XP. If I were ever max it, I would get it higher than that, of course, but for what we need it for, I don't plan to get it higher. We're just not going to be using it enough to justify doing it. Oh, finally! Oh, I probably can't wield it, though. No! I finally got an upgrade, but I can't wield it yet. The struggle. After all this time, we finally got an upgrade. The first upgrade to the stream. After, gosh, an hour and a half. And I can't even use it for 2 more levels. We'll take a level and a half. It did max roll, at least. This one can roll a little bit lower. Which I guess in this situation actually would have been a good thing, not a bad thing. I think at level 135 or 136, we're actually good enough to go for the next enemy. Though I'm not sure if I'm going to keep banking the potatoes from the plants. I have been lately, but I'm considering to stop banking them. The only problem is I'm not sure how many I'm really going to need down the line. They're needed for the delicious cod and chips at 259, which means you have to do them until 1, 2, 3, 4... Wait, did I miss one? Wait, let me recount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have to do them till level 345. And you get access to them at 259. So you gotta do them for like, what, 80-something levels? That's a lot of levels to have to do them for. So I probably should keep banking them. Like, it feels like I'm banking too many of them. But then you think about the fact that you have to do them for 80-something levels, and then it's like, ah, maybe I'm not banking too many. Maybe I'm not banking enough. I could lose this fight. No, I low-rolled! Oh yes, he low-rolled too! Oh, we got lucky there. We both low-rolled each other. I'll say I'm just going to keep this in my inventory. Just because it's a really weird number with the potions and everything. So it can actually fit there without taking up any space, technically. As I'm not going to bother doing 24 runs. We'll do 21 at a time. If we do get another drop, I will have to bank it, though. Well, one can sit there without really getting in the way. Since we get these in increments of 3 anyways. Alright, we almost finally have all of our knowledge done. Honestly, I might just dump it into the combat ones as well. I was mostly waiting until the Q&A, but since the Q&A got delayed, I guess we're just doing them now. Did I read the Gems of War story or skip it? I actually have read it all. Mostly because it's not that much text. Like, there's over, like, 100,000 words in the game. But it drip feeds you it so slow that it doesn't feel like it's that much. Because the storylines don't have that much in them. Like, a single chapter in Brighter Shores is probably like 3 to 5 times as much words. Which it's gonna be crazy what the word count for this game's gonna be by chapter, like, 10 or 20. Because if I had to guess, honestly, I feel like Brighter Shores right now is probably around, like, the 30,000 word count for the storyline. If you count every side quest plus main storyline right now. Like, in a year, that could easily be over 100,000. Because this game's gonna be a lot more story-heavy down the line. We also technically already know of 5 quests that are in the works. 2 side quests that are gonna be coming in the next few months. Plus the 3 new quests that will come out with Chapter 5. 1 main storyline and 2 side quests. So there's currently technically 5 quests in the works right now. 1 main storyline, 2 for Chapter 5, and 2 that are just coming. They're just associated with already existing chapters. Yeah, they haven't added a single new quest since launch. Or, when launch came out. Of beta launch. But they are going to be doing about 1 a month once they do start adding quests to the game. It's what they did back in the day, and it looks like they're going to be doing it again. Based on what we already know. They never said definitively, like, yeah, we'll be doing a quest every month. But the rate at which we'll get them on average will be about 1 per month. It's just not going to be, like, consistently exactly 1 a month. But it will be close to that frequency. Once they do start actually adding them. Oh no, what is this pathing? What on earth is going on? Why is this plant being so weird? That's some very unfortunate pathing. Yeah, it definitely needs more low-level quests. It needs more low-level quests, and it needs any amount of high-level quests. Currently, the highest level quest in the game is Lost and Found. But there isn't any other mega grind beyond that. Like, the highest level requirement currently for any quest is, what, 61? There's 2 quests that require 61. Branolf Inheritance for cooking. And if you don't boost it, 61 Mind Fighter for Lost and Found. Yeah, I can't wait till we start getting Master and Grandmaster quests in this game. They actually added one pretty early back in the day. Legends quest came, like what? Like a year after launch or so? Like a year and a half? We definitely need the equivalents of something like that in Brighter Shores. Like a super, like, end goal kind of quest. Or basically is like a phase of when you get from, like, a certain part of the game to another. It'd probably be the, like, definitive thing that brings you from early game to mid game. Because that in old school RuneScape is Recipe for Disaster, which was the 100th quest they ever added to the game. But it's basically the definitive going from early game to mid game quests. Brighter Shores doesn't have anything like that at the moment. Obviously it'll take a while before it gets there. Took the other game 100 quests before it got there, when we're at like 9 right now, not counting main storyline. Do you think if people were okay with combat, they would have had more updates by now? Well, they were always going to add special attacks and stuff like that. The main thing I think was kind of unforeseen is how much they're overall completely overhauling combat. Because I don't think that was originally in the plan. That's more so just a response to other people's response to the game at launch. Because I don't think that was ever originally in the plan to overhaul combat as much as it is being right now. Like, special attacks were always planned. And a few other small tweaks to it were always planned. But never to the scale that they're doing now. It was mostly in response to game launch. Oh, they're not respawned yet. I'm like, wait, why wouldn't it let me click it? Hasn't respawned. When was the last time we missed a knowledge point? What do you mean by that? Like, as far as overflow? There's been sometimes. I generally don't let it overflow too much, though. Because a lot of times I use them as we get it. Unless we're using a 10% pot or something. Oh, the last time I accidentally used it on silver? Oh, it was when we did the 2004 Skeep stream the other week. Because we had a 200% meter, so I accidentally clicked on silver when I meant to click save later, but there was no save later button because it was 200%. So I accidentally clicked it on silver. But aside from that, I haven't done it since, like, ever. I think it was just that one time. As far as, like, misclicking silver. Instead of EXP. Yep, we're both heading to the portal. Oh, she's actually grabbing the bell plant, too. Interesting. I don't know, is that bell plant worth it? It doesn't feel worth it. I'm pretty sure that bell plant's only like 1k. After it gets upgraded, it'd be worth it though. Oh, so we still gotta go do the alchemy AFK for another week. We're gonna chug our own supply when we go do the 219 though. I need to double check what the cost is on it. But as long as it's not anything too absurd, we will be doing the 219 to 229. I just chug the 8% pot as we're doing the activity. Because the most useful thing to use on is just alchemy itself. Do the alchemy AFK to do the alchemy AFK, even stronger. Technically, if we really cared about maximizing alchemy XP, the best way to do that would actually be to save all these 8% pots, and then use them on the next potion that we're going to make. Like, for example, the 8% mining pots is when we would use the 8% hope port pot. So maybe I'll consider doing that way. Oh no, the problem with it is whenever we do it, we're doing the whatever activity we're doing 8% less. So it really comes down to which potion do we want 8% less of. And honestly, I feel like Hope Port Potion is the answer. So we're just going to chug our own supply as we make it. What are we doing on the side now? Always alchemy right now. We're not going to keep doing alchemy, but for the next foreseeable future, we definitely are. And then after that, we're probably pivoting to Bone Right. Actually, no, that's not true. I'm doing Stonemason then. Once we get 206 Stonemason, I'm doing Stonemason until like 231. Sorry, 233 actually. And then after 233 Stonemason, I'm probably doing Bone Right for like almost the rest of the time. Unless we have to pivot back to Alchemy or something else. Oh, I'm not currently doing Old School RuneScape at all. We actually quit the other week. We quit last Saturday, so we're about 1 week without even touching the game. I will go do the 12-year anniversary event though. Which I guess is technically officially 2 years since I made the account, the hardcore. But in that time, we ended up maxing the hardcore, top page collection log, and quite a few other things. Quite a bit of bossing in there. I will be revisiting at some point, though. I'll probably still start running at some point, starting to do, like, Castle Wars just for the tickets. I believe they're buffing it sometime this year, though. But just not sure if free-to-play is getting the buff. But yeah, I'm quitting it until they figure out what they're doing. Monetization-wise and everything. But also because we're kind of all in on Brighter Shores. So it's time to get distracted. But no, I probably will start it up and start running Castle Wars AFK. I just haven't bothered. I was waiting until the floor stuff was done and everything. So maybe this after this weekend I'll start running Castle Wars AFK or something. It's a bunch of clicks every 19 minutes. It's absolutely no clicks for 19 minutes, but then for a few minutes you have to click a bunch. I mean, not a bunch. But you have to make sure that there's a very specific minute that you have to not be idling for, which is the only really annoying thing about it. It's super AFK, but there's 1 minute that you have to do an action for, otherwise it kicks you out and bans you for like half an hour. So you gotta be really careful not to AFK at one very specific minute. But otherwise you can AFK for 19 minutes straight with 0 clicks. Yeah, 134 regard, nice. Are they got 135 or 136 we're moving to the plant? Or are they going to be moving there way quicker than Miles, yes? Or way earlier? And the main reason for that is, we have access to good blue weapons. So we can kill the plant very, very early. Honestly, I could probably kill the plant right now if I go make a weapon for it. I do want to wait till at least 135 though, or if not 136. Like one more upgrade if we can. But at 135, we can actually just go make a weapon and just head there immediately if we want to. They're only 8 levels higher than us at that point. Which sounds like a lot, but our blue weapons will carry us through. As long as I handcraft a new one. If I was the CEO, as far as what, monetization for old school? I know, he's in a bit of a sticky situation. Because obviously the shareholders and everything want him to make more money. But honestly, him doing almost anything to try to make more money is going to make less money. To improve the game overall? I'm not sure, because that game has gotten very much bossing simulator heavy. Like, what I would do to improve it for myself would be to add way more skill and usefulness to the game. Because they basically have killed every skill almost that isn't combat. Which is something I hope Brighter Shores never does. Because right now, skilling is very absurdly important in Brighter Shores. And combat's almost irrelevant. It needs a little bit of a better balance than that. But Old School RuneScape and RuneScape 3 kind of went the exact opposite angle over the last decade or so. Where PVM is literally the only thing that that matters at all. And the only reason you do any amount of skilling is so you can do PVM better. But you almost never do skilling so you can do skilling better. Yeah, that's kind of what always the bigger appeals of old school RuneScape, or just RuneScape in general, is this low subscription cost. There's one thing I'm glad that Brighter Shores did, starting at like $6. Because it's basically the starting price I had back in the day. If you account for inflation, it's the exact same price pretty much. Because I think subscriptions cost $5 back in the day. Like we're talking like 2001, 2002. Like I think it was like $5 a month. Or $5.50, whatever it was. So accounting for inflation, it's basically the exact same price. But old school RuneScape has gone way past inflation rate. I'm not sure exactly where it'd be accounting for inflation. But I'm pretty sure it's only like $8 or $9 or something. Maybe like 10 at the absolute highest. Whereas currently it's 14 right now. Oh, that's a misclick. When are we getting right-click deposit all? At some point. It's definitely something that they're working on. But combat rework just taking a lot of time. It's one of those things that the game is definitely going to get at some point. It's just a matter of when and if. Right-click deposit all storage rift. Because by then potions will be equipable, so you won't have to worry about them being put in when you do them. Oh, so it's always better to do diagonal here, by the way. If you do it the other way around, I believe you waste one tile compared to diagonal. What boss would I love to see converted from old school RuneScape to this game? Honestly, one of my favorite skilling bosses in old school RuneScape is Volcano. It basically combines mining, smithing, and rune crafting, which doesn't really have an equivalence in this game. But I could definitely see a boss in Mines of Matubin incorporating mining, blacksmith, stonemason, and bone right in some way. That was a nice game that you could still technically do solo, but you would always want to do in a group. But you could do it in any group size, and it scaled really well. While still use multiple different skills, while also having a good loot table. It's one of the few skilling activities that actually feels worth doing in that game. And you can do it with anywhere from like 3 to like 30 people. You can technically solo it too, though it's not worth soloing. But if I was to take any one recent boss from old school, probably something like the Hui Quaddle that they added from Volamore Part 2. Mostly because it's set up to be a 3-person boss. And Brighter Shores is set up in a really nice position to be a 3-person boss kind of setup. Where you need someone covering yellow damage, someone covering blue damage, and someone covering green damage. Due to how the 3 classes in the works. Because they could do a lot of pretty creative 3-person boss type battles. Old school RuneScape only has 1 that is set up that way. I can see Brighter Shores going pretty heavy in 3 boss. And we already know that you'll be able to wear all class gear with any class. So you don't need to have like 3 of each, or 1 of each. Like you can still go with 3 Crown Knights and just have everyone just run off class gear. It won't be as effective as running 1 of each, but you could. But I do feel like a lot of bosses in this game is going to be like 1 Crown Knight, 1 Hammer Mage, 1 Guardian. But every class will be able to wear all gear after the combat rework, so even if you have like 2 Crown Knights and a Guardian, you'll still be able to cover yellow. Not just because Crown Knight has a yellow weapon, but also because you could wield like the 2-hand from Hammer Mage as well. After they add weapon proficiency to the game for other classes. No! Literally like the one weapon type that is completely useless in this chapter. Not only is nothing weak to burn, but it's also such a bad weapon otherwise. Oh gosh, honestly, I feel like that's currently the thing better get an amazing special attack on it. Because if I would have to say which weapon is the absolute worst weapon on all of Cryonite, it is that weapon. The short sword. The thing better get the most amazing special attack ever. It's the slowest attack speed one-hand weapon we have. It's a big bulky fire sword. If that thing doesn't get a good spec, it is so dead content for forever. That thing's lifespan is dependent entirely on what its spec is. Otherwise, it's never going to get used ever. Well, I'm pretty sure the thing that he mentioned was just enemies. I don't think that was confirmed to be bosses. The mushroom things that he added about Chapter 5. I'm pretty sure that is not a boss, but rather the skins of the enemy. Unless he confirmed at some point it is a boss. But from what I could tell, it was just one of the general enemies in Chapter 5. Like one of these things, but for, you know, a normal enemy. I'm pretty sure that wasn't a boss. The main thing that makes me think it's not a boss is one of them was red. They should have been colored based on the classes if they were. Because two of them made sense. Green and yellow or green and blue, whatever they were. But then one of them was red, which seemed kind of off. Because if you're making it based on triangle, you would likely want to, you know, do the whole green, blue, yellow thing. But only two of them were colored that way. Unless green's going to be effective against red somehow. Which you never know. Though logically that wouldn't make sense with how colors normally work. But for that to be a boss, green would have to be effective against red. Which seems unlikely. Alright, half a level and we can actually start wearing all of our upgrades. All one of them. Don't. No! You gotta be kidding me. I had 29 HP and he hit it. No! Come on, we're almost done with this guy too. We just need like half a level. And honestly, I'm about to go make the weapon and just go straight to plant. Because worst comes to worst, we could just chug heal on the plant. It just step back. Let's go buy the other fish we need, I guess. Start doing our cooking contracts at some point. I've been really slacking on them. I haven't done them in like a week. Though in all fairness, most of that week has been spent packing up a house. And then putting everything back. And then being away from that house. So I haven't felt like doing the cooking daily during that time. Or technically the cooking hourly. I do need to start doing them though. It also doesn't help that our weapon is so far behind as well. I'm still using a 110 longsword. There's one nice thing when we do move to the plant, we'll be pretty upgraded. Honestly, I'm probably going to move there at 135. I just use cryo pots and everything else. I'll probably downgrade to 20% heals though, because you can infinite heal on it, so we don't really need the better one. Don't do it. Don't do it. I see you're thinking about doing it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, we're fine. Gosh, too many way too sketchy fights against this thing. But the second we hit 135, I'm making my weapon for the next enemy. I think I have one Bone Right upgrade. I don't think I have the Stone Mason component. And I definitely don't have the Crown Knight component. Normally I do, oddly enough. But we haven't really been getting broadswords. I've only been getting rapiers. My shield's way too downgraded to bother with a rapier. Especially against an enemy like that, you can infinitely heal on. For something like the Crow, it's a little bit better to have shield. Like, doing shield rapier is not as bad. But since you just infinite heal on the plant, it doesn't really matter as much. After we hit level 135, I'll check what my storage is and go do the math. I'm not sure why, but while I was away, I didn't bother using a calculator for any of the math. Even though there's so many calculator apps on a phone, I didn't bother using any. I just did all the math in my head. I was one off on one of them though, but every other weapon I did was exactly the correct number. What am I gonna name the clan? I still haven't decided. But I'll probably have a pretty casual clan in the game. As far as like a general kind of chat thing. But when it comes to like endgame PVM, I'd probably be using mostly other people's chats. As well as like other people's trading chats. I'm not sure how many chat rooms you could be at the same time when they implement it. But we will have like a really casual one, just for like general everything. But I probably would join like a really hardcore PVM group later down the line. But when we do make a clan, it's going to be kind of just like a general all-round kind of thing. But there will be some trade chats we'll need and some other things like that. I might actually have to finally use Discord. Because when trading comes out, I'm probably going to have to perpetually keep Discord open. If we're going to enable trading, we might as well get our value from it. And I have a feeling most trading will be done on Discord. It's just the most convenient place to set it up. And that's just a really good place by that point in game to do it. Like a trading chat or something. But even then, since there's no auction house yet, you'll probably still need the Discord for that. To make it like a own like external auction house. since the game won't have one initially. Because similar to combat, it's trading should be coming out in 2 waves. One wave where they add player-to-player trading, and then another wave where they add like auction house and stuff like that. But initially, we are not getting a grand exchange or auction house equivalents. It's being released simply with player-to-player trading, as well as bank-to-bank trading player-to-player around Chronopolis Square. But there's going to be no auction house or grand exchange system initially. There will be eventually. But like combat's being released in 2 waves, based on what we currently know. Unless you change your mind on that and do it all at once. But yeah, one of the main reasons I don't feel too bad about enabling trading, though, is we've already played an Iron Man by the time they add it for like 2,000 hours. Like currently 1,320. But by the time they do, I think we would have already had our entire fill of Iron Man mode. Until they add harder Iron Man mode. Which case I will try that when they do. If they ever do. But probably not prior to that, though. But if they ever make a hardcore, I would play that probably more than our main. Like, if they add hardcore Iron Man to this game, I probably would play that more than this main account. We had a really hard pivot, but that'd be in, like, years from now, so it's no time soon. This account would have, like, 10 500s and, like, 6,000 total by then or something. Oh yeah, minigames is definitely one of the main features I really want to see in the future. Particularly a stealing creations equivalence back of what he made in 2008. As it incorporated nearly every skill in the game, while also being a minigame. Which fixes one of the biggest issues in the game right now that people tend to complain about, which is, like, you know, not synergizing between all the skills. It definitely exists, but not to, you know, that big of a degree. But something like that would help fix it a lot. He just has to be really careful with how he balances minigames. I personally feel like he was pretty bad at doing it last time around. He basically only ever released 2 types of minigames during the Andrew Gower years. Either the absolute best in slot that you could ever imagine, or like cosmetic trash that you wouldn't really ever care about unless you're just going for full-blown completionist sake. He doesn't know how to do any reward system in between. It's either like the worst rewards you've ever seen, or so best in slot that you gotta farm the minigame forever. He hasn't really done any minigame in like the middle ground. They're either really, really broken rewards or really, really underwhelming. But the problem with the monument is they haven't even released the reward for it yet. They didn't even plan on anyone going that hard on it. Though they did mention that the reward for it's likely just going to be cosmetic, though. Just kind of an extra reward while you're getting the skill up. Is one of the reasons why Forager is actually so bad as well. As far as getting it, like, super, super high. Is if you ignore plus 70 combat potions, there is actually nothing you get from it. It's just monument and plus 70 combats, and nothing else. That's all you get for all of post 200. It's really bad. It's definitely the weakest of any of the foragers in the game. Between Forager, Gatherer, and what we know about Delver, is by far the worst of the 3. Like, the final good thing is at 209. Not from an XP perspective, but from an output perspective, as far as what you're getting as a reward. The last reward's at 209 for a Forager. Everything else is just monument or plus 70 combat. Which does help fill a bunch of XP holes, but particularly in alchemy. But you definitely don't need it to get 500 alchemy. It definitely helps, but it's definitely not required. Not to mention some of those alchemy supplies you can get directly from combat as well. Like this thing that we're killing right now drops one of the plus 70 ingredients. I think the Arbore one, which is actually a pretty bad one though because that one's pre 200. But this guy drops the one for the 191 Arbore potion. Not this exact one, but his upgraded version does. But again, maybe he is actually dropping the exact one. I haven't been paying attention, mostly because I don't care about banking it. If it was post 200, maybe I would. But these nettles are way more important than whatever it's currently dropping. I think it's in this pile. Let me go check. Oh yeah, this is the better one. I think. No, that's the weaker one. Well, you're still dropping the weaker one, really? Wow, he is still dropping the weaker one. It's actually really surprising. I guess the one after this one would drop the better quality one. Even then, it's not worth banking, though. As it's a pre-200 resource. Well, the main thing with alchemy is we don't know if it's going beyond Chapter 5. There's a lot of things that are happening in Chapter 6 that we don't currently know about. One of them was actually teased in the combat rework, in that the current production skills go to 2,500, but then something's happening in Chapter 6 that changes things. But something's going to happen with alchemy as well, most likely. We don't know what it is. It could be alchemy part 2, it could be an extension, it could be a new skill. But current alchemy only scales to Chapter 5. It doesn't have any indication of including Chapter 6 or onwards, currently. Of course, that could change. But it seems like Chapter 6 is going to be a really hefty chapter in whatever it ends up doing. Yeah, there is the Stonewall Hill potion, but it's already all allocated all the way to 500. There's no room for anything else unless they start condensing it or something, which I don't think they're going to bother doing. They might change a few numbers here and there, but I don't think they're going to make room for every other chapter. Oh, we're finally level 135, by the way. This might be the last one I kill until I get my upgrades then. I'm not sure if I want to go to like 136 or something. I think we should move on to the plant. It's a really free kill. It's only going to take us like 10-15 minutes to go make the weapon. Just need to double check what we already have. But yeah, I think I'm going to go for one more round, go bank these, and then go head over there. I might get a free teleport over there. Nope. Oh, maybe. Nope, maybe. There we go. Oh, the plant's... There we go. I was gonna say, why is the plant not respawned yet? There we go. Alright, I'll go bank all this stuff. And let's go make our next weapon. I can go sell this weapon as well. Let me go do that real quick. Because I don't need this long sword anymore. Even though I want to come back to this enemy, we'll just use the new sword. Because it's not immune to blue, it's immune to necromy, I believe. Yeah, let's go bank all this, and then, yeah, let's go make our sword. Hopefully we get a good roll first time. I'll accept anything 80% or higher. If it's lower than that, we will make a second one. I just gotta double check what we need. I hope we have the bone right item already. That'd be kind of annoying if we don't. Good. I still have my backup one from chapter 3. Thank you, chapter 3. I have a shield upgrade too if we need. But, yeah, this was our one from chapter 3. So chapter 3 came in for the save there. But we got a 127, so let's do some math. Calculator go. 135 times 3 minus, what did I just say? 127. 127. Okay. So I don't have a second tool here, unfortunately. Since I'm not putting it on the base of anything. Unless I want to go rapier on them. I don't think it's worth it, though. Ah, do we, though? It's one less craft. I might just put it on rapier. I really shouldn't. But I think I'm about to. The problem is my shield's really underleveled. Yeah, I'm just gonna make the two-hand out of it. It's not that big a deal. Alright, so we can go kind of any number, then. So I'll make the stonemason at max and just do whatever for the smithing one, then. I think will be the way we do it. What good material do I have for that? Probably this one. 145? Yeah, we'll do flint. I'll do this and then whatever the difference is we'll make for the smithing supply. Yeah, hopefully we get some quick rolls here. So what did I just do? A 141? So if we were to do this, we need a 137 from smithing. What level weapon does that come out at? Let me double check. Let's see. I highly doubt we have one exactly on. That'd be funny if it was, though. Let's see, we got a 124, which is not the correct number. So yeah, I would have to make it out of, what is that, tier 3? Tier 4? Tier 3. I think it's tier 3 material. Oh, I'm gonna have to do a lot of minuses for that, though. Maybe I should do it the other way around. Make the broadsword first, and then make the other one to it. Because that'd be a 175, which would mean I would need a 103 stonemason. Is there anything easy to make out of a 103 stonemason? That doesn't require a bunch of movement. Not really. Everything would require some amount. I was technically throwing stone if I lowered the current one that we're at all the way. Probably not worth, though. I'm just gonna do it this way, it's fine. I don't know, maybe I should do it the other way around, though, and do it for the sword, just because I have to make the sword a lot more if we get unlucky on it. Because I do need, like, a half-decent elemental roll. I don't need it to be perfect, but I need it to be better than, like, 73. Like, 75 is, I think, the lowest I would accept. Even that's pushing it. But yeah, if we don't get it in this inventory, I'm gonna go make the broadsword first. I'll just make it with the highest tier material we can there. Just in case we get a really bad roll in the first one. But yeah, this one alpha tier 3 goes all the way to 174, it looks like. But if we don't get the roll on any of these, we'll go to that one then. And make the 175 broadsword first and just minus it from there. Which means, let me just double check, what was that again? If we do the 175, we were at 278. Yes, the 278 minus 175, which is 103. Yeah, we already knew that from earlier. I just didn't put it in the calculator. Yeah, we'll probably do it that way if we get unlucky here. We'll give it 3 more tries, but if we don't get it, I'll make the 175 broadsword and then make a 103 stonemason. The struggle of getting unlucky on production. No, we're not quite at the unlucky rate yet. I don't know, does anyone bother doing combat this way? Bothering to make a new weapon every single time? To some degree it feels like a waste of time, but to some other degree we also need the XP eventually anyways. As long as you already have the material banked. If you don't, then that's a problem. But assuming you do, it's not that bad. If it's not banked, then that's a problem. But if it's already pre-banked, it's not that bad. Alright, this isn't it. We're making the 175 broadsword first. Yep. Yeah, hopefully we get a good roll here. I believe this is tier 3. Yep, perfect. Come on, good roll. Come on, first try. Give us like an 89% broadsword. Ideally anything that's 80% higher. When trading comes out, you probably only ever want to use like 89, 88, 87. You might even want to just sell your 89s and 88%. Particularly 89% since it's best in slot will probably be worth something. Other high rolls would still be good. But max roll would always be the thing people want. If they really want to min-max at a given time. Alright, please give me a 3-star already. How many are we now? Let's see, I did 7 in the other inventory, then we did 4 here. So if we don't get any by the end of this inventory, there'll be 11 with no 3-star. It's not too bad. I believe it's about a 1 in 12. It feels like a 1 in 10, 1 in 12, somewhere around there. So we're quite, not quite over drop rate yet. If we still have none by next inventory, then we definitely are over drop rate though. Let's see, what kind of rolls have we been getting? An 80%, that would have been fine. A 74, that would have probably been trashed. An 87, that would have been perfect. Well, not perfect, but really good. Oh, come on, moment of truth. 80. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. We got middle roll. Could have been worse. Alright, let me just redo the math real quick just to make sure this is correct before we do the wrong thing. 175 plus 127 equals 302. We are subtracting this from 135 times 3. So 135 times 3. We then take 405 and subtract whatever number we had, which is 302. And yes, it is indeed 103, which we already knew, just double checking. Measure twice, cut once. Always got to double the math. Just to make sure we don't do the wrong item. Let's see. What do we need here? Actually, what do we need here? I guess I'll still do flint. I gotta click a lot of numbers for whatever I do, though. And it has to be a weapon. Any way you look at this, I'm gonna have to click a billion numbers. I don't think there's a material perfectly there that I have a lot of at the moment. I still wish there was a make all button for this. We're gonna have to do that every time. Hopefully we don't get unlucky. We did 7 so far. We're definitely over drop right if it takes another 7 though. At this rate, we'll get 206 stonemason in no time. No, this is actually pretty bad XP. Let's maybe craft some of the higher level ones we can, because then we can make it like a 199 out of like andesite or something. So we can get some somewhat decent ones. Like those throwing stones right there as well. But these are not the greatest for XP. But hey, it's more than none. One step closer. Despite the fact that we need like 2 million XP. But hey, 2k XP drops at a time. Obviously not a primary training method. But training it is. At some point we can get this weapon. We're 10 in. I wonder if they're going to be tweaking this at all after the combat rework. Like, obviously we know about the 5 times multiplier. But one of the other questions I technically gave them 2 questions, so I'm not sure if they're only going to answer one or the other. But one of them was how they're going to be reworking the level ranges. The other one was asking them how they're going to balance gear. Given that every single class is a different drop table, will you be able to ever change the drop tables? Because right now, Cryonite mostly only gets Cryonite gear. Guardian, Guardian. Hammer Mage, Hammer Mage. There's not a way to change from, like, Guardian to, or, you know, from, like, Cryonite to Guardian drops or anything like that. What do I mean? The first question? Well, on the Q&A, they said only 1 question, and technically they were both kind of similar, so I was like, oh, here's 2. They'll probably do whatever one is easier, if they'll even answer it at all. But for the Q&A that's coming up for the combat rework. But the main 2 questions I asked is what are they going to be doing for drops from combat? Given that it's biased towards whatever your class is. But this is currently really heavily against Cryonites and Hammer Mages. Because Guardian's drop table is so good. Particularly Cryonite, because Cryonites even have like a search item like Hammer Mage's Hammer. Like, there's no, like, big drop that you can get from it. You can still get gear you need, just not, like, really heavy, like, price drops. Whereas Guardian, pretty much everything's annoying to get. And for Hammer Mage, the main one that's annoying to get is your 2-hand yellow hammer. But it would also make getting upgrades like this a lot easier. Like, imagine if instead of having to do crafting right now, I could just change my drop table to be Hammer Mage and then just go kill some stuff. Or maybe it's influenced based on what level you have. Like, the higher your level in a given skill, the more rate of that item you get. But something to fix it compared to now. Because if they're going to be extending combat to a skill that goes to like 10,000 plus, Cryonites are actually the worse off in that situation. By quite a margin. Because they have the worst drop table when trading comes out compared to any other class. From an Iron Man perspective, they're all about even. But from a, like a trading perspective, Cryonite has by far the worst combat drop table of any class in the game. Like, it's not even close. No, I'm actually perfectly fine with ores and stuff not dropping from enemies. That was actually one concern I had. And for the most part, that doesn't really happen. You don't get logs from enemies, other than that one ash tree one. I think they're removing that for a different drop with an alchemy piece later in the combat rework. You don't get ores. I'm actually perfectly fine with that. I don't think skills like this actually should give material like that from combat. Because you gotta make sure not to devalue the gathering component. Because for the same reason you need to not devalue the production aspect, you also need to not devalue the gathering aspect. Which could be easily devalued by if you just dump a bunch of mats in, like, raids or something. It's an issue that Old School RuneScape and RuneScape 3 have had quite a bit. Between enrage bosses in RuneScape 3 and just raids in Old School. There are so many mats that are just useless. In the sense that it's no longer worth gathering them, you simply just do the content to get them. Like, your best way to get coal, for example, is not to go mine coal. It is to simply go kill things that drop coal. Oh, finally, gosh. Took a while. Alright. Wow, that was so many crafts. How many was that? That was so bad. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Wow. That was a little unlucky. Come on. Oh, exact inventory for it, though. How convenient. Perfect. Look at that. The exact amount we needed. How perfect is that? Alright, let's go make our weapon. And if we didn't miscalculate twice or 3 times over, this should be in exactly a level 135 blue two-hand. At exactly 80%. Which is perfect mid-roll. Which is not good, it's not bad, but it'll do. I'm not crafting another one. It's good enough. Also, do not click sell all. There we go. Out of habit, I was almost about to click it. What am I looking for? Oh yeah, strength pot. Oh, mount. Oh wait, I have literally 0. That's funny. I have 6, 10, 60s, but I don't have any of the other. Oh, that's kind of funny. Well, time to go make a hole in our pocket. Where are they? Yeah, that should be good. Ow, cash stack. Rip cash stack. Oh yeah, I should probably get some more healing pots too. That would probably help. While we're spending our entire cash stack, might as well spend a little more. These are pretty cheap though. The other thing are too, they add up though. Oh. Yeah, let me go put the weaker one on. Because you can infinite heal on this thing. Right, let's go make our weapon. Oh yeah, we did get the glove upgrade. That's the only upgrade we got this entire stream, by the way. I've literally gotten 1 drop this whole stream so far, and it's the 135 gauntlet. Not counting what we're crafting right now. As far as like an actual enemy drop, that 135 glove is literally the only thing I'll stream. There it is, 135. Technically this is going to go down in power, but we can actually wield it. Like, it'll almost look like we're downgrading it, but it's technically an upgrade. Because right now it's 240 strength, but now it's going to be a smaller number. But it allows us to actually wield it at this level range. So it went from a 240 to a 213, which sounds like a downgrade. But the other thing was a level 175. Or is only a 135, so we can actually wield it now. It's 40 levels lower. Alright, back to combat now. So now we get to do potato nettle. And I will still be banking the potatoes. I kind of want to drop them to the ground. But I probably will be keeping them. As tempting it is to drop every last one of them. Oh gosh, we could already attack the level 155 crow. That's definitely not happening. Let's see, is Jimmy's a bot still here? No, he was earlier. I'm not sure why. He's been doing a lot of combat here recently. Which I kind of know why. I think he's trying to train alchemy and ran out of money. What's the main thing I want in the game right now? Oh no, I would still love to see a fun mini game. I feel like the main thing the game needs right now is a piece of content that uses a lot of different skills in the game, both combat and otherwise, that gets people to group up together into one central area. I feel like a minigame would do that pretty well. Also, I love how this triangle works. I'm not sure if we've streamed this yet, the plant triangle, but I've been enjoying it so much. The gameplay loop of plant triangle. You get like a 3 potato between 3 plant. So whatever plant you end at, you just attack it, assuming there's not someone already attacking it. The problem is this room is always so crowded. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people in this room. Because there's so many plants, the room limit is so high. It's one of the few combat rooms that still get way too overcrowded. And the problem is you can't kill them in the other room because it doesn't have a plant setup like this, where you can triple them. Oh, he actually sniped that hit. No, that's so bad. Might not be able to kill him now. Oh, we're fine. He's low rolling. No, he took my plant. He took my plant. There's one bad thing about doing this at peak hours. Last time I did this, it was like the middle of the night. This area is really bad at peak time, which is pretty much exactly right now. Yeah, I'm not sure how multi-combat will work in this game. There's definitely a lot they have to overhaul to make it work. But they did technically do the same thing last time. Because RuneScape Classic was single combat. And it was made into, you know what RuneScape is today, old school. As well as technically RuneScape 3. I feel like that would require a lot of overhaul to make that work, though. They haven't really made... I wonder if that's something that's actually going to be asked during the Q&A. Or are they going to ever add multi-combat? I assume the answer is yes, but no time soon. There's a lot of things that would definitely have to be severely rebalanced for that to work. First thing that comes to mind is obviously raid dens. Like, you basically have to completely restructure how they work to make them not the most broken thing ever. Because they already are. And if you're going to make them almost like 3 times better, that could be very problematic. Without mega overhaul to it. Also, one other thing to keep in mind is all the special attacks we're getting initially are going to all be single target stuff. Because there's no multi-combat, so no initial special attacks are going to be multi-combat related. So specs early on for multi-combat's going to be pretty bad. Because at least initially there are going to be none. Don't do it. Don't do it. No one take it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, we're fine. Honestly, the biggest enemy in this room is not the plants. It's the everyone else trying to kill the plants. Or a harder fight than the plants themselves. Oh, there's the final plant we got to kill for 200 guard. That's the final enemy we have to kill. I believe it's the next plant upgrade as well. But there's the very last enemy. The 194 plant. At least for 200 guard anyways. Yeah, this is horrible to do at peak hour. Come on, this MMO needs less people in it. Once player count dropping to like 300. This room's too crowded. I never had this issue because a lot of times when I was killing, it was like really early morning or really late at night. This is the first time I'm killing that at peak hours, and gosh, is it horrible. This room is way too crowded. And the problem is there's no other location to do it. There's another room, but the way that I'm doing it, you can't go to that room. You need the triple potato spawn, and it's only in this room. So only 3 things I can really kill are these, and maybe occasionally that one or that one. Depending on what the room state is in. Because ideally I would take these 3 plants and attack that one. But it is currently occupied. Yeah, that's another issue with it too. It's a free-to-play zone. Oddly enough, every single person in this room is not free-to-play. They got a name, they got a name, they got a name, name. There's actually not a single free-to-play player in this room. Despite this being a free-to-play area, there's literally 0 free-to-plays in this room right now. So this room is just crowded in general. Because everyone has a unique name. But I'm still not sure if it's worth banking all these potatoes. Worst comes to worst, selling 1,000 of these would probably go for a pretty nice penny when trading comes out, if I do have excess of them. As after price hike, they're probably like 10 silver each. Oh, so this room just got a lot less crowded all of a sudden. Which is weird because it's still the same server. But just less people are here. What's also nice is none of them are in the middle. That guy's on the side, that guy's on the side, that guy's on the side. The two are eventually going to conflict with each other though. The solution, I guess, would be me taking these middle two. These are both about to fight over that one. And now he's going to take that one from me. Because the most ideal scenario in this room is a person over here is standing on that tile taking these two. There's some guy over here taking these two. I take these two. Some guy then takes, Oh wait, no. Wait, is there always a spear? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh wait, there's a spare plant in this room. I never noticed that. It's actually not perfectly even for everyone to have two. Why would they do such a thing? I never noticed that till just now. Wait. There's an odd number of plants in this room. There's 9, not 8 or 10. Which means the most people you can ever have doing combat in this room is 4. So if 5 or more are trying to do it, there's going to always be a problem. I'm gonna double check. How much is this potato right now? The bitter bide, like pre-price hike. It is currently 9.3 pre-price hike. Which means after price hike, they're at least 10 each. It's not too bad. They're worth banking, I believe. Even if I get excess. Because they're used both pre-200 and post-200. So you tend to use them a lot. These that are current cooking range, they're used for, Actually, they're below our current cooking range. We use them at 157 for, like, the mid-section. This one's not important. The one that is, though, is, this cod and chips. They're just stuck with it for 80-something levels. So we still haven't gained a level from the plant yet, or any drop, because this 135 is from the, we crafted. So far the only drop we got in all stream is the 3-star, glove. It's pretty unlucky. We're almost 3 hours with 1 drop. Technically 2.5, because not all that was doing combat. Alright, this room's starting to get too crowded again. It's a bad time to be doing it. And the crazier part is, no one here is free to play. Everyone has a secured name. Oh, though then again, do you get to keep your name once you do become free to play? It could be people that bought 1 month and then just went free to play. I didn't think about that. Does anyone actually know? I think that's actually the case. I believe after you pay for your name once, you actually get to keep it permanently. Like, I don't believe you actually have to keep having your membership rolling over to get membership or to maintain your name. Because I'm pretty sure it's only $6 and you permanently keep your name forever. Someone likes our laugh. I feel like people have been mentioning that quite a bit. It's definitely a bit of a unique one. But I didn't think about that. You technically only need to spend $6 once to secure your name forever. So everyone here could technically be free to play in that sense. Where they bought membership for like the first month and then canceled it but still kept playing. Just without membership. Oh, also, I got rid of my weapon so I would feel less tempted to accidentally click on it. It doesn't fully work, though, because you can still accidentally click punch. There's no way to completely remove it. But it still helps me hope to not misclick. It makes it less likely. Because if I see no weapon there at all, it's a lot less likely we'll click on it. Compared to if there's a weapon there. The problem is you're doing like 0 damage if you do accidentally click it though. That's less likely that we will accidentally click it. Hey, there's something else I'm curious if they're going to do after the rework as well. The trading rework. When they go and rework all the shops, I wonder if they're going to actually increase the sell price of some things. The two that are really noteworthy is how much does cooking get buffed? If at all. Hopefully it does. And how much does alchemy potions get buffed? In the sense of their base sell price. Because base sell price being higher makes it a lot safer doing anything with them. Because you know worst comes to worst, wherever the economy is, you're at least getting whatever their sell price is. Which also helps keep the gatherer supplies being better as well. Like Forager, Gatherer, Delver. Because if the base price of the sell for the potion is higher, then also the gathering supplies would also naturally be higher. Wait, what? No! I just got double sniped. Why is he not taking the one literally right next to him? Also, probably should have drank that over there. Whoops. Not used to going all the way to this corner. I don't understand why he attacked that one. There's literally like one right next to him and he attacks the one a mile away. Yes, every potion in the game will always be more than shop price. Except for Fear Potion. But now counting Fear Potion, every single potion should be more than shop price. Like current shop price. Because they always have to sell for more than their sell price. Otherwise, you would just sell them to the shop outright. Like, if a potion sells to the shop for 10 silver, you're never selling it for anything less than, like, 11 or 12. Otherwise, you would just dump it all in the shop. Mine. I need my XP. Yeah, I've never done it at peak hours before. This is actually kind of bad, this room. I see why Mousy has to stay on the other one. And because they want more 10% pots. I don't mind getting slightly more potato, though. They need them eventually anyways for Chef. Just no time soon. But after 209 Forager, I'm never picking another potato again, so might as well get them now. Or I shouldn't say I would never pluck another potato, but we probably wouldn't bank another potato after that point. Might still pluck them for XP and just drop them after that. What on earth is that lag? Wait, what? Hello? Was that lag on my side or what? What is going on right now? Oh, that must be lag on my side. Yeah, my connection. Why is my connection so bad? Why is Obi connection? Stop being so bad. Go back to being normal. Wait, my connection is horrifically bad right now. What's going on? Alright, now it's back to normal. What on earth just happened? Test, test. We back to normal now? Test, 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 test. That's not a good sign. That was a mega lag spike. That was on my side, though. I don't know, maybe I didn't plug a cord in tight enough. somewheres. Let's see, one way to check. I'm gonna jiggle this and see if our connection goes. Oh, that might be the problem. Alright, something's loose. I need to fix that later. Oh, that's a problem. So, the cable for the internet is right by my feet. Right where the new floorboard is. But because of how the new floorboard is, like if I move my feet at all, I could accidentally hit the cord. And if I hit the cord, it lag spikes me. Let's see, is that 100% consistent? I assume so. Let's see. I'm gonna go hit the cord again and see if we lag. Alright, the cord has been hit. Okay, I'm not lagging this time though. That's weird. I'm not sure what's doing it. I'm gonna go unplug and replug everything later. Make sure they're all nice and tight. Oh, so unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to get to our next enemy this stream. But we already got to 3, so we already got to quite a bit. Oh, so I'm probably using this weapon I have right now all the way until the crow. I think the crow is the last enemy we can get away with killing it with. Yeah, that's gonna be the main thing when trading comes out. You're definitely gonna have to pay a premium for bulk buying anything. Like, whenever you're buying a small amount or something, I feel like it's going to be less. Oh, he's actually dropping the good tier of berries now. I didn't even realize that. I'm not going to bank them, though. But he's dropping the slightly better one, though. But not the best one. I think there's 3, isn't there? That's the tier 2 one. But, yeah, you're definitely going to have to pay more for bulk. I feel like if you're ever buying something that's like a few hundred or less, it'll probably be cheaper than on average. But if you're buying like 1,000 or multiple thousands, it's going to be more expensive than whatever the shop price is. Or at least more expensive than whatever the current shop price is. It might still be cheaper a little bit than a new shop price, but we'll have to see exactly what they get adjusted to. Because that's a number we don't currently know. But if you want to buy like 1,000 plus bulk of anything, it is 100% more, not 100% more, but you know, it'll definitely be more than whatever the exact number says in the shop right now. If you're buying anything in a bulk of 1,000 or higher. Especially if that resource is slower to get. The only exception to that is potions. Like the potions you can mass buy. Like the 5% pot, for example. Oh, do I finally start putting these into combat? I guess I am. It's time! I'm gonna start wasting these on combat now. Till we have 200 all. And then we'll go do every passive activity in the entire game. Someone said earlier they think Vorpal had done it. Because we're definitely going to be one of the first few to ever do it. Because I'm pretty sure most people haven't wasted all their knowledge on it yet. Some have, though. But it's something for completionist's sake, just to have it done. Having the passive activity done for every skill in the game. Oh, we're also getting really close to 203 Forager. The only problem is 200 guards are going to bring us to like 204, maybe 205 at best. Which is still short of the 209 goal. It's an issue we'll have to fix later, but not too big a deal. We'll likely fix it while doing a new combat system. I don't plan to do it prior. I have enough 10% banked to last us for a very long time. I think I still have like 300 banked. Like, we're not running through those anytime soon. We'll definitely have 209 Forager before we need more. There's one weird thing with armor recently. I just realized Crown Knights doesn't get extra green protection, does it? It has the lower yellow, but doesn't get extra green. Even though it's good against green. I never noticed that. I know it was weaker against yellow, of course, but I didn't realize it doesn't get extra green defense. Its defense for green is about the same as anything else. I hope they change that down the line. Because right now, armor has very, very little difference between each other. It's something they definitely got to diversify a lot more down the line compared to where it's at now. There's a lot of things with armor that need to change. There's like a whole list. The most important one is the random values need to be controllable when crafting, as well as be able to see what those random invisible values are that all armor currently has. Oh, wait, that's an upgrade. I didn't realize. Wait, might not be able to wield it yet, but it is an upgrade. Or should be. Yep, it's just a flat-out upgrade across the line. I can't wield it till a little bit later, though. But it is purely an upgrade on every stat. I think for the goal for this stream is to try hit 143 combat. That's what, 7 more levels? Should take about like 2-3 hours. Probably 3 since I'm doing gather with it. I'll go grab dinner. Because that way we can wield all the gear that we get from the plants then. And then off stream I can AFK the plants very comfortably. Then move to Goblin. Then we probably start on Crow for tomorrow. Not many people use the strength pots. They're not that useful. They're nice for going a little bit quicker, but they're really expensive relative to how much speed they give. I'm not even sure if, honestly, if they're even worth it. The main thing that's helpful with them is they generally save you from needing a heal pot. And even though they're slightly more expensive than their 20%, if they make you go quicker and save you from drinking a heal pot, then they're kind of worth it. Because you're not just doing it for the extra speed, but you're also doing it for the money saved on heal potion. Don't do it. Don't do it. He's gonna do it. He did it. No! I'll take his plant then. Since he's not using it right now. Mostly because it's dead. My plant.
Oh, I killed it around the same time. I thought there was a bit of a disparity between the two. I'm not going for the plant, it's a trap. Mine. Gosh, competition's steep for plants though. How's the new furniture? No new furniture, I just have to move everything out and back in. The only thing that got replaced was the floor. Yeah, the floor's been nice. I do need to go get a mat for this chair though. It slides so much on the new floor. I got pushed back slightly and I'm like halfway across the room. But I need to go order one of those this weekend. Like one of those like clear protective mats for the floor. Not just so the floor doesn't get cut up, but also just so I don't move a mile from just like moving at all. Because the floor is pretty much like ice compared to before. With how little friction it has. But yeah, that's one thing that's going to be worth very, very little. And if you are going to buy up a potion, I highly advise you don't buy up healing potions. As 20% and 25% are probably barely ever going to get used. There's a good chance after special attacks you never and skill tree, you'll probably never even need potion healing pots again for like normal enemies. We'll have to see exactly how it pans out, but between extra max HP, regen, extra defenses, the fact that you might be able to kite things around better, the fact you have infinite ammo and can literally just safe spot these, you're gonna need way less healing potions than you currently need. Like way, 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 way less. I'll have to see fully after every single implementation is done. But against normal enemies, you might not ever even need a heal. Plus, there might be a lifesteal special attack. Also, this is why you want to use the boost pot. I didn't on this fight. Now we're going to need a heal. But if we had the boost, we probably wouldn't need the heal. And we would have gotten the extra speed from the boost. But yeah, sometime next week we will be doing a, oh wait, will it be next week? Yeah, I guess next weekend. Will not only be the 200 all day, but it will also be the, what do you call it? The unlocking every activity up to 200 day. Like, I'm gonna fill out every single card up to 200. Like, all these holes that you see in, like, Stonemason, for example. Like, all those unfilled cards, everything else. Doing every single passive for every single activity. Which we're missing a lot of, even though we have the knowledge for them. We're probably doing that Saturday or Sunday next week. It depends how quickly we can get 200 guard and 200 scout. But the day after we do so, that's probably going to be the entire day stream. is doing nothing but doing every activity we haven't already done. Passive and active. Up to level 200. For every skill in the entire game. AKA basically doing every passive and a bunch of production. Because the only skill that's really missing stuff in between are the production skills. Most notably Bone-Right, Blacksmith, and Stonemason. Because there's a lot of stuff you don't bother crafting. Oh gosh! Look at this wall. Look at how much not Bone-Right we've done to get Bone-Right trained. I wonder how many people's pages look like this. I didn't do a single Bone-Right method. The keep doesn't count. So level 88 for that one AFK. So from level 90 to level 200, I didn't do a single other activity. That's really funny. So for 110 levels, obviously we did the bones during that time in knowledge. But from level 90 to level 200, I did not do a single activity that shows up on the page. Because the keep doesn't count. It's oddly enough, the keep gets checked off even if you don't have it bought. Which is weird, because I don't think it does that for tools. Like, if you don't own a tool, it doesn't mark it off. But that's weird. If you haven't bought in the cape, it still marks off the cape. But if you haven't bought in the tool, it doesn't mark up the tool. Which means we would also have to go buy all the tools then. But we don't need to buy all the capes, because for whatever reason, they're auto-marked. I never realized that. So that's good. That means we won't have to do that when we go do everything, because that would have been really costly. Whereas getting all the tools isn't that expensive. Like at most, it's like a few gold. Maybe like 5 gold at most. Even that's probably cutting it way too high. It's probably way lower than that. So I think I'm only missing a few. I think I'm missing most of the fishing rods for fishing and like a few other like knick-knack stuff that wasn't really needed. Like I think all the 8th key ones I didn't bother getting because I didn't need them to post 200. Like the loppers for wood cutting I didn't get up. As well as the fishing rod, which literally has no upgrades at all. Despite the fact that we can get to level 4 or 5 right now. Yeah, we can get a level 4 fishing rod and I haven't gotten up at all. And at 205 we can get to level 5. If I have it at levels 1 with 0 enchant. It's because I've never done any of the fishing AFK, so I haven't needed it. It's actually a piece of activity I haven't touched at all. I have never AFK'd fishing a single time or cooking on any account. Not even on the alts. It's actually the only 2 things I haven't done in the entire game. Is any of the AFKs at all for cooking or fisher. Everything else I've done at least once here or there. Either for the main or the alts. But, yeah, I haven't done either of those 2 yet. It's the only piece of content I technically haven't touched. Not like it's really anything special. It's just sitting at a different location to AFK at. I always keep forgetting to put up the other tab. I try keeping it up so we can see our progress on gear over time. Though not much progress has been made today. Aside from the weapon we made, so we can go kill these plants. The only upgrade we really got all day is the plate gauntlet. Because I don't really count 2 stars. Post 200 I guess we technically could, but pre-200 a 2 star is not considered an upgrade to me. Like even if it is an upgrade, it's not a real upgrade. Like that one chest plate we can wield at 139. Like, yeah, it's better than what we have, but barely. Yep, foraging level's about to come in. Still got another 6 to do after that, though. I'm in no rush to get that level, though. It's only really useful if I plan to get fishing up really high. But even for fishing, I don't need it for a while. Is the next time I need to have level 209 Forger is at level 261 Fisherman, which is a mile and a half away from now. So we're a good long while before we need it again. Up Forger level, you're gonna come in? I was gonna say, also, are you gonna snipe my plant? Yeah, you are. Saw that coming. Mine. I'm gonna hotkey that so quickly. Well, hello, Yusef number 2. Thank you, thank you. Greatly appreciate it. Oh no, we're being like-botted. No. There's one stream we did for Brighter Shores that had a suspiciously high amount of viewers, though. It was the Sunday of launch week. It was actually the biggest stream I've ever had on YouTube ever. I'm not sure why that one popped off like so much extra. But it was the biggest stream we ever had in like 8 years of streaming. It has been that everyone had off. Because it was the weekend after launch, after all. And I feel like Brighter Shores needs like another good year or two of development before it really gets back to launch numbers. Also, it's fine if it never gets back to launch numbers. If in like a year from now, the best peak it gets all this year is like 5,000, I'm fine with that. Honestly, even if it's only like 1,000, I'd be fine with that. But, I don't think it's gonna reach like 10, 20,000 this year. Like, the only time it's gonna finally pass launch numbers is if we have at least one minigame that's good, one raid, probably at least 5 bosses, at least like 30 quests, the entirety of trading released, both player to player and auction house, PvP fully implemented, and at least chapter 6. After all that, I feel like you could reach that number again. But it needs every single one of those things first, and probably a few other things along the way. And some quality of life. But I feel like after all that, it'd be, like, kind of a complete game, and then just keep adding more and more to it. Because right now it feels like an incomplete game that they're trying to make to a complete game. But after all that, I feel like it would feel like a complete game. That's a little late on content, but it would still have like all content, like all primary forms of content in the game. Just not a lot of it. But it would still be like, you know, complete in that sense. Not in the sense that it's done developing, but in the sense that it has like most of every form of content that's going to be getting already in the game then. It's just they keep adding more and more to it then. So I got this one tab ready for when they add more quests. I mean, not more quests, more chapters. I did this one day just to see about how many could fit. It's around 21 or 22. Which is actually kind of funny because they have the lore done for about level 21, or chapter 21. They're gonna keep going further than that though. I highly doubt they're just stopping at 21. But this page can currently go pretty far. I haven't done the exact Photoshop measurement or anything though. But this without scrolling is already like 20 something. How much can you fit in here? 1, 2, 3, 4. You can get about 8 or 9 here. If you make the tab below it really small. Not taking any chances. Okay, he wouldn't have killed us, but he could have. We need more combat music? Honestly, I feel like there's enough combat music. I wouldn't mind him doing a boss theme for every single boss in the game, though. It's something Old School RuneScape has actually done pretty well. There's a lot of things they've done really bad and really good. And one of the few really good things is they've actually done a lot of really good boss music. I don't think they're going to add more general combat music, though they have to Chronopolis since launch. They actually added a new combat track to Chronopolis about a month into the game, or a few weeks into the game. But I believe most new music is going to be, obviously, from new chapters, but also from bosses. Because I feel like they will go down the Old School RuneScape route and just add a new track per boss as well. But the main time we'll get new music is whenever a new chapter comes out. Because this could be a lot of music all at once. No, the new next chapter is probably really far away. I've had to guess it's sometime this summer. Either early or late summer. Depending on where everything else is by then. So why is there no one doing combat over there? Why is everyone taking the plants I need? There's 2 alive plants just sitting there. There's like 4 or 5 people doing combat in this room. And they all want my plants. There's 3 just doing nothing over there. Honestly, I'm about to start killing them if I'm gonna keep not going for them. The problem is when doing potatoes in the middle, you generally want to only do these 3. Maybe occasionally that fourth one. And the main reason you want to do this one instead of that one, even though they both look about the same distance, you're generally never on a tile where you can range this. Whereas after you take this potato, you are on a tile where you can range that. So it's mostly these three and sometimes that one. Everything else is too far away from the potato triangle. And level 138, one more level and we get an armor upgrade. It's a very small one, but still an upgrade. But you can make money doing almost anything in the game, especially once trading comes out. But right now, if you're looking for money, pretty much merchant leatherworker is the only thing to do. He's really, really, really strong for it. But once trading comes out, literally everything's a moneymaker. It really just comes down to what the market price is for everything. A lot of things have a minimum sell as well. Like this would never sell for less than like 2 point something silver. Even though it should be worth closer to 10 in high bulk. You have a question suggestion for tomorrow's stream? Sure. What is it? Because pretty much every stream's just going to be combat, 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 combat for a little while. Probably for the next week. Until we have true 200 all, and then we'll branch out and do a lot more. But at this point, regardless of what you're doing for combat rework, I want to have 200 all before it happens. Do I think there'll be more Iron in non-Iron Man modes? I sure hope there will be. It's one of the main reasons I'll be making a main account initially. Well, technically we made an Iron Man now because everyone's an Iron Man. But then after like 1,500, 2,000 hours, when trading comes in, probably over 2,000 hours, we'll de-Iron and become a main account and then try main account. And then once they add a new game mode, we'll try that. They would have to add more slots though because they only have 3. So we'd either need to make another Steam account or hopefully they add more slots by then. I assume they would if they're going to add like a new game mode like that, but you never know. Because obviously everyone, or maybe not everyone, but a lot of people would have already used all their slots already by then. Oh, sorry, I read that wrong. I read that as will they add more game modes. I feel like more people will do non-Iron Man compared to Iron Man. So based on our polls, it seemed to be pretty even on absolutely everything. I feel like initially there might be a higher concentration of Iron Man because people are deciding on if they want to de-iron or not. But I think once Auction House comes into the game, not necessarily player-to-player trading, but Auction House specifically, I feel like that's going to make, you know, not being Iron Man a lot more enticing. Because once we have a bunch of modifiers on gear and a bunch of extra stats that you're going to need to get, it's going to be really annoying getting perfect gear on Iron Man accounts. It's definitely possible, too. It would just be a lot more of an annoying process compared to non-Iron. At least you only have to do it once rather than for every chapter after the rework. But even once, it's probably still going to be annoying to make min-max gear. Not that it won't be for main accounts, but it'll be a lot more accessible to get to that point. Because once Auction House comes in, the main thing that's going to be thrown in the Auction House is going to be various attuned gear with whatever modifiers they have. Once they end up adding that in Chapter 6 or whenever they're planning on adding it. We know they're adding it, we just don't know what chapter they're doing it on. But given that they said that they had something mentioned for, like, Chapter 6 onwards that's going to be changing how combat works, I assume Chapter 6 is when we're getting, like, attunements or whatever they're going to call it. Like, basically extra modifiers on gear. I assume we'd get, like, 3 or 5 or something. The other thing we don't know is if it's going to be, like, a shop interface or if it's going to be a skill. Because that skill is going to be the most useful skill in the entire game if they add it. Like, basically an enchanter skill, or whatever they end up calling it. Because that skill is more important than your weapon making skill in Chapter 3. If they make it into a skill rather than a shop. I don't think there's any NPCs in the game that are currently references to anyone. The only one that seems slightly like it was, I think there's like an NPC for woodcutting that's called like Hannah or something. For Hanini, who's a pretty well-known, actually I think they have the most popular Brighter Shores video as well. But they're pretty well known for being like all in on woodcutting. For old school RuneScape. But, yeah, there's an NPC in Chapter 2 in Hope Forest that has a name very similar to her. She also has the most viewed Brighter Shores video on YouTube. She doesn't still play, though, unfortunately. She just did a week 1 video and then nothing else. Though, in all fairness, that's also how many videos we've currently covered. I also covered a 1 week video and then nothing else. Obviously, we've been streaming it every day, but in the last 4 days we've been gone because of the floor. But every day other than those floor days. But I've actually only covered 1 video since launch. The 1 week first impression video. I do plan to do a lot more, just kind of waiting till the game stabilizes a bit. Just because it's going through so much change. Also, I love the new respawn system so much. Like, under the old respawn system, taking that potato so much later would make it such a weird spawn. But now they're all going to spawn at the same time. Honestly, that spawn change is almost better than queuable action. Just how convenient it is. But honestly, I almost use that more than queuable action. Even though I do use queuable action for quite a few things too every day. But the new spawn system is almost more useful than it. Because cue ball action technically doesn't make anything quicker, but the new respawn system does that came with it. Cue ball action make things more convenient, but it doesn't make anything quicker. But the new respawn system does. There's a lot of situations where you gain anything from a few percent extra XP to almost like 20-30% extra XP per hour, compared to if it didn't exist. Which is kind of funny because they mentioned in the post that it would increase the XP rate. While it is technically true if you're only camping it, it is not true in almost every other situation. It's anywhere from like a 2 to like 35% XP increase, depending on how you're utilizing it, compared to if it didn't exist. Well, this room got pretty empty all of a sudden. Please stay that way. This is so nice. Why can't this room always be like this? What's the in-game currency cost for private servers? I want a private instances room. Yeah, currently combat's the only skill that's affected by other people. Every other skill, XP-wise, is not affected by other people being around you. Only combat, which is going to be a nightmare when the combat rework finally hits. I know there's a room limit and everything, but still, your rooms are going to fill so quickly doing anything combat-related. Like, this room's going to be impossible because there's going to be, like, 7 people doing combat on, like, 9 plants. Yeah, I would assume all bosses are going to be automatically private instance, unless it's a group boss, which, you know, you get grouped up into your group. But I assume they would do it that way. It'd be kind of weird if they don't. It kind of needs to be due to how the combat system works in the game. I don't think they would ever allow you to instance something like this, though. Because that would kind of break the MMO immersion if a bunch of people are in, like, their own little instances. But I would assume all bossing has auto-instancing. Because I'm not sure how they would do it otherwise, because there would be way too much competition for it. Like, imagine a new boss came out and there was only, like, 10 of them to kill. Like, you know, 10... Like, if there were 10 people attacking it, you know, 10 different instances, then no one could. Like, that'd be so horrible. But I assume all bosses will be auto-instance. Like, if it's a solo boss, you'll just go into the boss and it'll be in an instance. Unaffected by other people. Pretty much like how raid dens work currently. Where it doesn't matter how many people are doing raid dens, you always get your own. It's currently the only piece of content in the game that uses an instance like that. At least for combat directly. But raid dens already use that system. But I assume bosses would as well. To prevent overcrowding or anything. Oh, we gained a rank. I didn't even realize it. We passed Rat Splat. Haven't been paying much attention to it this stream at all. But hey, we're rank 18 now. True rank 18. Counting anonymous as people. Next we get to pass Shuno and some anonymous person. We're a little ways away from that though. But not that far. We're getting a lot of XP from doing combat. It's a lot closer than it may appear. That's only a few days away. That depends how much they gain in that time, of course. I feel like a lot of these people here are like 200 all. Yeah, 200, 200, 200. Yeah, he's already 200 all. He doesn't have anything pre-200 to do. It's one of the reasons why Miles ES is moving up so much. Because they started with 500 all Chronopolis. And now they have so many skills that are under 200. Like, so many. Like, gosh, almost like 1,000, honestly. There's so many. I never realized Maya's ES is so much further than KC. I always thought KC had a lot of progress, and he still does. But compared to where Miles' ES is, because he also started with 500 all Chronopolis, he's a lot less progressed overall. So he's still been knowledging smithing. I'm not sure if he's still doing chapter 1 or not. If he is, he should be doing guard right now. And alchemy. Not sure if he's doing 200 all down the line or something. It's hard to tell if he's trying to do 500 all Chronopolis. I mean, 500 all Hopeport, or if he's moving on to 200 all. Because he did get the venture for fishing. Actually, I saw him fishing on my other account as well the other day. So we actually did that pretty recently. Because my account needed money. So they're trying to get 25 fishing for what's that one quest called? For Lost Shipment. But they were mostly doing it for money, but I also needed it for knowledge. So I figured I might as well do all of it at once. But yeah, he was fishing then. He was doing the 217 puffer. That one. Which then got him to his 8th activity. I mean, to his passive. I mean, to his... Oh, eventually said the right thing. To his venture. There we go. We got there in the end. Oh, don't kill. No way did you high roll. No. Sadness. I think it's the first time the plant killed us. Hey, what am I selling? I have nothing to sell. I'm pretty sure that is the first time the plant sniped us. Oh no. That's what happens when you don't use the boost potion. The plant shall snipe you. I think I'll check. Was it 139 or 138? It was a 139, that's what I thought. Honestly, at this rate, Miles ES I think is going to be like rank 3. Like actual rank 3. Not just like rank 3 here, but I mean like actual rank 3. Assuming they're going for 200 all right now. Which I assume they are. Yeah, Patricio ended up quitting. Also, I believe Unbi slowed down a lot. Where he didn't quite quit, but he's playing a lot less. Like a lot less. Like he's still playing, but his time has gone down probably by like half or something. Or something like that. Someone mentioned something along those lines. There's a person we just passed. I believe they ended up quitting as well. Rat Splat. They were quite active on Steam, oddly enough, of all locations. They're posting on a lot of Steam posts. I think they're giving it some time until after the combat rework and everything else. I'm pretty sure they finished 200 all, didn't they? Oh, pretty much. There's like a few things they didn't finish. But they also did some post 200 already. Yeah, my average currently right now is 12 hours a day. But there are some people who are close to like 16 or 18 hours, even to this day. Or at least until they burned out. I can never do that long though. Even 12 hours is already insanely high. And in Gems of War, my playtime in Gems of War is actually pretty low if you break it down for the full duration. Because the number sounds really high when I say like 16,000 hours. But 16,000 hours over a way longer duration. Like if we take 365 times 10, technically it's like 10 point something. So let's just say 10. And divide that into 16,000. My playtime per day for that game is only like 4.3 hours. And it's not even the full duration. That's if you ignore the last few months. Like pretty much everything since Brighter Shores. But if you ignore everything since Brighter Shores, I have on average 4.3 hours per day. Like 16,000 hours sounds like a lot, but it's over the course of like a decade. Also, these days I play for like 15 minutes, half an hour a day. What's my level in that game? I actually forget. I don't think it's 2,000 yet. It's like 1,970 or something. Levels go a lot slower after 1,000 in that game. Like a lot slower. Like even more of a curve than after 200 in this game. Like in this game, it's only a 4 times curve. In that game, it's like over 10, 20, 50, 100 times at some level ranges. It gets crazy how much it curves. Like it actually curves so hard that max level is actually physically impossible. Is getting to something like level 10,000 actually takes like 50 something years? Not 50 years of playtime, but like 50 years of like average play duration. Like it's literally impossible to ever reach. It was simply made to future-proof it for forever. Like I think the highest level in the game is like 4,000 something. Which is not even like 1/10 the way to 10,000. Actually, maybe it is. I forget exactly how the exact formula works. But at most it's like 1/20th the way there. I mean, 20% the way there, I mean. First game for account inheritance. Could you ever imagine a game like that? That's that stable that you could actually do that? Because I can't think of a single one. Like, maybe to some degree RuneScape? Because I do feel like RuneScape's in one of those categories where it's never gonna die. Regardless of how much the company tries to kill it. It's like one of those games that's almost like immune to death. The biggest issue with any game that goes on for a very, very long duration, though, is how do you onboard new people? One thing that's good about RuneScape in general, though, from Arsa Old School, is the early game's actually really good, if you know what you're doing. The problem is teaching someone who has no clue what they're doing how to do things. But if you already know what you're doing, making a new account's actually pretty fun. The problem is the learning curve of figuring out what on earth you have to do. After like 20 plus years of content being added to the game. And counting. Whereas that's something that Brighter Shores tried to solve by having a chapter system. So if you're in chapter 1, you only have to ever deal with 4 skills over... I mean 5, I mean. No, technically 4 after the combat rework. And then, you know, Hope Forest, you just have the 4, then the 5, so on and so forth. Like, the way that you play a lot of these chapters, like, 10 years from now, is still the same way you pretty much played them now. Obviously, there'll be differences, more quests, more things to do, stuff like that. But your general focus in every chapter now is still the same thing that it would be, like, a decade from now, or even 2 decades from now. There's one nice thing about this chapter divide system. Is it makes onboarding newer players actually a lot easier. The only problem is, let's say some great piece of content is in, like, Chapter 13. Getting to Chapter 13 is not that streamlined. Like, it is in the sense of how you progress through it. But it's not a particularly quick thing to do. Like, there's probably, like, almost 200 hours of gameplay, realistically. Unless you really rush it down. Fine. Too few spawns to not take it immediately. So why is this plant not weak to fire? Come on now. Why can't you be weak to 2 things? How on earth is a grassy plant not weak to fire? I know, maybe it is. We can't see all the stats, so maybe it does have a slightly lower fire defense. Like, his blue defense is probably its lowest, but there might be a small chance that its fire defense is slightly lower. It's something we don't really know, because there are a bunch of hidden stats on enemies that we can't currently see. So there is a chance, even though it's weakest to blue, that it still has a slight weakness to fire. Something that's extremely hard to test in the current state of the game, but might be the case. We just don't really know at the moment. The only reason I'm using this weapon is because we have it, though. Where's our flavored drink? No, I'm just sipping on water. Actually, that reminds me. Hydration time. No, I definitely got to go back into all water. The last few days I've eaten so badly since I've been away. Because we've just been eating fast food every day since we were out. Since we were just staying at a hotel until the floors got done. It's like every single day this week I've eaten fast food. So now we need to go on a health kick to make up for it. So I've drank literally nothing but water since I've been back. Also, in all fairness, because it's also the only thing we have in the house. But even if it wasn't, I'd probably still be drinking only water. Yeah, I did get one McDouble one day. Actually, the main place that we really picked out on, oddly enough, of all places, was actually Burger King. Like, we never went to any place more than once, but we ended up ordering a lot when we did Burger King. And honestly, it was a lot better than I remember it being. I always remember Burger King being pretty mid, but it actually wasn't that bad. I got a Whopper, one of those new melts they've been advertising. The Swiss mushroom one was pretty good. I got the little small thing of churros, a small thing of the cheese tot thingies that they have, or whatever those are called. What else did we get? I feel like I tried one other item while I was there. It was actually surprisingly good. Oh yeah, and a bunch of onion rings. But no, I always remember Burger King being pretty underwhelming. It was actually pretty good. There wasn't a single item that was bad. It's so unhealthy for you. But it tasted good. Oh yeah, I've had their chicken things before. I didn't bother ordering it while I was there though. Actually, one thing I should have ordered that I didn't bother doing, they have a 3 for $7 deal right now that's actually not that bad. I didn't bother going for it though. It's actually pretty reasonably priced. Also, I think it would have been better value than getting a Whopper. One Whopper in my area was like $7. And they're 3 for $7. You could get like 3 mini Whoppers. And I believe 3 mini Whoppers is about like 20% more food than if you just got 1 Whopper. Even slightly more than that. So it's actually technically better to just order 3 mini Whoppers through their 3 to 7 deal they have right now and just make 1 mega Whopper out of it. Than it is to bother even ordering their Whopper right now. I didn't bother doing that though. I should have though. Let's make 1 mega Whopper out of 3 mini Whoppers. Would have been the same cost. Oh, you're not dead. I might actually die to this. Alright, good. The biggest issue with calculating it based on calories, though, is calories accounting for everything, not just the meat. Because obviously the main thing in the burger is the meat. And some of the things on it, but mostly the meat. But the problem is the calorie calculation takes into account the bread and everything else as well. That guy's still using the battle axe. I was considering crafting one. But there's only one thing weak to Necromay in this chapter. If there was 2, I probably would. But there's only one. There's actually the thing we were killing earlier, oddly enough. The Hair Beast. It's the only thing weak to Necromay in this chapter. This chapter is really weird because it's one of the earlier chapters. Whereas if we were to do that in something like chapter 3, there's 2 things weak to Necromay. There's the really good one of the Metalith, but also the Tongue Beast that gives the healing pots are also weak to it. What's this Hogberry spawn rate is so low? It feels even rarer than the other one. I don't need it though. Unless this is the final tier one, I wouldn't pick it up. The final tier one is kind of useful. I'm not sure what level you can start getting at that though. But to be able to forge for it, you need absurdly high. Like the Hogberry in question is 359 forging. But these things actually drop it at some level range. And there's just the lowest level one that starts dropping it. Assumably whatever one is the second to last one. Because the last one's at 490. But the one prior to that probably also drops it. Hey, an upgrade, finally. Took long enough. Oh yeah, I don't have my upgrade panel open. But that should be an upgrade. And I can't wield it yet. Wonderful. Oh, you know what I can wield, though, while I'm in there. Alright, let me go get it real quick. I would put that away, but I can wield that body now. Nice. Little mini upgrade. Not much, but it helps. I'll take whatever we can get at this point. We're pretty down bad on drops right now, actually. This is probably the worst gear I've been in this entire grind. Since we've been doing combat again, this is the worst we've ever been geared rarity-wise, pre-200. We've gotten one drop all stream so far. After like 4 hours. We've only gotten a 3-star glove. And that is it. I haven't even gotten any dead drops, like a 3-star that isn't useful. Actually, yeah, we did. We got that one Fire Blade today, didn't we? It was so useless that I kind of forgot it even existed. That barely counts, though. That was so bad. It's like the worst weapon you can get on Crown Knight. At least until special attacks. But honestly, I don't even think special attacks is going to save it. It's bad enough that I feel like special attacks won't be enough. I don't know, we'll find out whatever it gets. It's the slowest hitting fire one hand. But aside from Crown Knights, I don't think you would ever use that on an off class. Because you'd be using Guardian's two-hand fire weapon instead, which I believe is the slowest hitting one. It's kind of like what you have for a Crown Knight for Necromay. But Guardian has it for fire. So there's pretty much no reason to ever use the one hand on Crown Knight unless you're a Crown Knight. And even then, it'll probably be barely worth it. Unless the special attack's really, really good. But yeah, I think 143 is our goal. So whatever drops we end up getting from these, we'll be able to just wield. And an off-stream we'll finish them off as well as the Goblin. And then we'll go into tomorrow starting off with Crow. Which means we'll also need to make a weapon upgrade tomorrow too, unless we get lucky off drops. Hopefully we'll get at least one craftable material so I don't have to craft everything. Because I technically had to craft everything that time. The one bone right material I used, which we did technically not need to craft, we ended up getting it from Chapter 3. It wasn't even from Chapter 4. Our luck's just been that bad in, I'm sorry, it wasn't even from Chapter 1, I mean. But, yeah, our luck in Chapter 1 has been really bad lately. I'm not sure why we've been getting so unlucky on gear. Like, we crafted this weapon, so I only am using 3 things right now that are not 2-star. The 124 4-star weapon that we got from a drop. The 115 boot and the 135 most recent of this stream glove. That's it. Everything else was either crafted or 2-star. Also, I've never seen this room so crowded. I'm sure it's so crowded today. Probably because it's peak hours. I feel like every time I've ever done these, it was at like either really early morning or dead of night. Gotta keep that in mind in the future. Do not do the big fly plant during the day. This is basically like 2-person per plant during the day. Not literally. But the way that this room scales, if there's even like 4 people doing combat here, there's already barely enough room. 5 or more, there's definitely not enough room. Also, why is no one doing the corner? There's 3 plants that no one's touching. I know all of you aren't doing potato. Like, there's no one even in the really good corner. Like, the perfect corner, there's not a single person there. Where you just camp in this single corner there. There's 2 ways you could do it. You'd either camp in that one corner and every tile or every drop falls underneath you, or you could do the diagonal, and you go from here to here to here to here. So there's two different ways that you could do this double plant. But any way you look at it is the best thing to farm in the entire area here, and there's no one there. It's by far the best location in this entire room, if you're doing not the potato plant. If you're simply just killing and doing no foraging. Yet not a single person is doing the best spot. I don't know why. Honestly, I'm almost about to go take it. The only problem is I can't do a potato while doing it. But it would greatly speed up the rate at which we get combat XP. Because we would never need a bank. And also, based on everyone else in this room, apparently we'd have no competition either. I'm almost about to go do it. Because the rest of this room is too crowded. And we'll see. I am tempted though. We do have to sacrifice a bit of foraging, but it makes combat go a lot quicker. And no one's using it right now. So I think we're gonna go do it for a little bit. We'll come back to middle in a bit though. Let's go do combat only. We'll do diagonal since we need a little bit extra power. The only slight issue is I do believe we don't move to the right tile, we move up. We just have to remember to move over one each time, that's fine. So we move here, then go there, boom. Then we move over, boom. Just gotta remember to preemptively move each time. That's fine. And if you're tanky enough, you can literally just attack them outright. You just hit them and just hit them from here. And every drop moves exactly to this tile. So you can make a gigantic pile of loot there. You never even need to move from this tile ever. But we do need the extra tank ability. But yeah, every single drop just goes right there. And I believe we move straight into it, yeah. So even when you're doing the off-tile thing, you still move every single item to this tile. And if you're tanky enough, you just never even need to move this tile. But we're not, so we shall. You'd have to be really over-leveled just tank them outright. You gotta be at least like 5-10 levels above them. Better have really good armor at a given level range. I'm not sure why no one's doing this spot. This is the best spot in the entire room for combat. And there's literally no one here, despite there being like 5-6 people trying to do combat in this room. That's our spot now. Until it gets taken, in which case we'll go back to potato. Up level 40? Or 140, I should say. It's not too relevant. Until 143 we can wield everything. I think we do have one upgrade at 141. I'm probably not going to bother grabbing it just for it, though. And off-stream we can AFK... Oh, we're going to go for 143 on-stream here. Off-stream I'll probably somewhat AFK these to about 150-ish. Then we can somewhat AFK these until like 155-ish probably, and then just start taking the crows out. Oh, we got a useless upgrade. This actually isn't useless though. I can make a rapier for the birds if I want. I don't know, do we bother making a rapier? Oh yeah, I forgot. I can't wield this till later, can I? Well, I'll wield it at the end of the stream then. That's kind of useless to us though. Well, so when do I get my other upgrade? I'm gonna go grab that. We get that at 141. Actually, I might as well grab it now. You're about to get 141. It's not like I'm collecting potatoes anymore. We have moved to the corner. Oh, so your high rarity stuff always goes to the top, so you always know when you get a good drop as well. Kind of like the orange that we saw at the top there. That kind of makes me want to go rapier for Crow. I guess I will. I'm gonna make like a 150 something rapier for Crow. Oh, please tell me I didn't get rid of my other rapier yet. I had an 85% rapier. Oh, perfect. Yeah, we'll make that rapier into it. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And that's exactly what we'll do later then. That'll be the main weapon we run tomorrow then on Crow. Only problem is after we completely deplete out Crow, we're gonna then need to go make another weapon. Hopefully we get a stonemason or bone right item by then. I just realized I'm actually gonna have to craft both even if I do, if I want to use the rapier. The main reason being is, let's say hypothetically we get a 143 from this, and we got a 90 rapier. It's not gonna be high enough to make a weapon. Like, let's say we want a 150 rapier for Crow. So 150 times 3, minus 90, minus what this would drop as, a 143. Yeah, it's 217. I wouldn't be able to. It needs to be under 199, ideally. Otherwise, we have to deal with the annoying rarity curve. So even if I do get a bone right or stonemason item, I can't use it for a rapier if I do want to make a rapier. I'd only be able to use the 85% rapier we already have. That's fine. Shouldn't take more than like 10-15 minutes to go get it. It's still a lot of time just for an upgrade that's barely an upgrade though. But it'll make up for the fact that our armor's so bad. They hit pretty hard. Let's look at the AFK activity for Forager. Because I know we're not going to get all the way to 209. I'm trying to think of the rest of the way that we can get there. But honestly, it's probably just going to have to be combat with the new strip system. Or stripe system, whatever it's called. Stripping, striping. Whatever they're calling it. I'll probably just wait till our stripe is in Chapter 1. And just do foraging then. After all the combat reworks. I think I'm going to go out of my way for it. Because once we have 209 Forager, we basically have max level Forager. There's nothing really I need beyond that. And we technically aren't forced staff to get it till like 250 something Fisher. Yeah, 261. But we're not having anytime soon. Even if I go get the venture and unlock it, we're still not getting that anytime soon. Like the amount of this venture we'd have to do to be able to get there is so high. Like we're talking over a month of doing double of it. Oh, there is one issue with the stack, though. Anything that's same rarity, I can't actually see. So I'll see when we get a 3 or 4 star drop. But I might not be able to see when we get an armor drop that's 2 star. I didn't think of that, it shows us now. Oh, I guess we just check it every so often just in case. Not too big a deal. Yep, we only had one. Yeah, maybe it just does pop on the top. I'm actually not sure. Like, if we get another 2 star, does it appear on top of it? I think it does. I'm actually not 100% sure if it does or doesn't. My assumption is it definitely would. But I actually don't know for sure. I guess we'll find out when we get a 2 star drop. Because currently there's only one. But if there's already a 2 star there and we see a different 2 star there, then it definitely works. Oh, someone just got home. The guard dog's going crazy. That'll calm down in a minute. Also, it's really funny because you can hear it going on the floor from a mile away now. Now that's hardwood floor rather than carpet. You can hear like every step it takes on the floor. Hello, Luke. Welcome, welcome. That sounds like the smallest guard dog in history. Yeah, it is a pretty small dog. It reminds me a lot of a Chihuahua. And that whenever its owner is away, it just barks like crazy. It's not as small as a Chihuahua, but it acts like one. It is pretty small, though. It likes to act all big and bark at everything, but it is so small. Like an average cat could take it out. Also, on the poll, it looks like Carnopolis is winning by a lot. I was considering banning raid dens from the poll. Or mentioning in the poll, not counting raid den. The raid den bias is coming through the poll. I knew it would, I just wasn't sure how much it would. But I guess that's a way to check. After 24 votes, if you were to do combat in only one Brighter Shores zone, which would it be? Doing Hope Port Guard is at 25%. Hope Forest Scout and Mines of Matubin Minefighter are both at 12%. And Chronopolis is all the way at 50%. But I believe that is heavily biased by raid dens existing. I was considering to not have it or have it. Because I knew for sure having it included would make it #1 automatically. I guess it's more so curious about how much #1. You're almost at 344 raid den? Nice. I'm not going to have it before the combat rework, unfortunately. Honestly, I'm even considering stopping this venture and start doing like fishing venture or something. The only problem with that is I have to do fishing for like a week to be able to unlock fishing venture. So for now, I'm just doing detective 1, it's fine. But if they add another venture slot, the second they do, without adding another venture, I'm going to be getting the fishing to 226 like immediately. It's something I should probably preemptively be poking so we don't have to do it all at once. Because getting 26 fishing levels is like getting, what is that? It's basically like getting 104 levels pre-200. That's like half of a maxing, or you know, half of a 200. And how much more fishing I need to do to unlock the venture. Which is not quick. Like, that could easily take a week. Even if we power grind, it would take like 3-4 days of like non-stop fishing. Oh, metal bow! Unfortunately, these guys are immune to it, but this is great for every other upcoming enemy. This is our new weapon going forward. Oh, what's this power compared to the other thing? 189 compared to, yeah, it is stronger and a higher attack speed, which is actually somewhat relevant because I like to AFK with that bow. It's a newfound purpose I have found for that bow because it's such a high attack speed, similar to our disc, but it's actually stronger than our disc, assuming it's neutral damage. But that bow is really, really good if you want to AFK on something, because you just attack and you don't even need to switch your weapon because it attacks so quick. It'll just auto-switch for you without wasting that much value. Yeah, that metal bow is actually really, really good. I see why it's the most expensive thing to make on Crown Knight. Well, not the most expensive, but it's the highest requirement for smithing. But it's actually a really good weapon. Not only is it the quickest hitting green range weapon in the game, but it's also the strongest hitting quick weapon that Crown Knight has access to. Because even though it does have a blue quick hitting weapon, it's a one-hand, so it doesn't do that much damage. So a lot of times the bow is actually better. Assuming the enemy's not immune to green. Like so. So unfortunately I can't use it on the plant, but every enemy after this we will be using it on. Until we get a better range weapon. I ran out of potions in the... I really wish there was like an auto-equip. Keep forgetting to put them on. It's like the third time to stream I've forgotten. Yeah, unfortunately, I won't be able to get to 344 raid den before the combat rework. However, after the combat rework, I feel like you're going to get 500 detective multiple times over if you really like doing raid dens. So it's not too big a deal if we don't get it unlocked. As getting 500 detective is going to be like a joke level at this point, depending on how the combat rework works. There's just going to be a lot of people AFKing that so hard to 2,000 combat. You might even be able to do it to 2,500. Anything beyond that would not be worth it though, because your XP rate would be way too slow. But you could definitely AFK all the way to 2,000 doing nothing but raid dens. You definitely shouldn't do that after the combat rework, but you could. You shouldn't, but you definitely could. There's nothing stopping you. But the biggest issue with that after rework is you gain 500 detective way before you get 2,000 watch person. I mean 2,000 combat under the new system. You get 500 detective way, way, way quicker. Biachino, when are you going to catch up with Miles Yes? You've lost your 3 position. Honestly, at this point, I think Miles Yes is going all the way to 3rd. Like, actual 3rd. Instead of an 8. I never realized Miles Yes was that far ahead of Keisu. Like, I knew Miles Yes was ahead, but I didn't realize it was that far ahead. Like, that's like absurdly ahead. Even though they both went for 500 all Chronopolis. Wait, how's the other 500 all Chronopolis person doing? Oh yeah, there's 2 of them. There's Sane, which hasn't really touched anything else. Are they even still playing? I can't tell what they're even doing right now. Unless they're getting ready for Lost and Found, I guess, in chapter 3. Like, at this level distribution, I have no clue what they're currently working on. If anything at all. And the other one was old schooled. And they are currently working on... They are definitely a bone right. These are doing Gather, Carpenter, and I guess mostly bare minimum. It's still a little bit higher. But yeah, I assume they're Guardian. That definitely looks like Guardian distribution. That's a really weird distribution if that's not Guardian. I've seen him so many times, I forget what class he was, though. Oh, Sinai's end up going on vacation? Okay, that makes sense. I was just gonna say, it looks like they've done literally nothing since 500ing all. That would make sense why. Because they actually haven't done anything since then. 500 Alk, interesting. Yeah, 500 Alk, honestly, really, really good. I wish I would have went for 200 Alk way earlier than I did. The problem is getting to all the other 8 and 10% potions is so high. Like, to be able to from scratch the next potion, like the next 10% potion, requires like 460 something gather and 364 alchemy. It's actually insane how big of a steep it takes compared to like the 185 you need. Because for the 10% for Hope Port, all you need is 185 alchemy and 209 Forger. That's the whole reason why we need 209 Forger. That's also what these blood thingies are for. It's for the 10% potion. And 209 is for the other part of the 10% potion. But every other 10% potion is absurd to get. Even the 8% compared to where the Hope Port ones are. Like, you nearly need a max of skill just to have access to them. Feels weird being able to roll across the entire room now. Wasn't able to do that before. Need a tissue to wipe out my eyes. Which I might have to stop soon. I'm not sure why they're watering. I think I've been looking at small screens for so many days in a row that my eyes are getting fatigued from looking at such a gigantic screen. Now that I have like a proper full screen. Because my eyes are actually watering some. Because normally I don't look at smaller screens for that longer duration normally. Normally it's bigger ones. But the entire time I was away was all smaller screens. Like either phone or Steam Deck. So now my eyes are having trouble readjusting. Also, Untuned's very unfortunate, but I believe it is a definitive upgrade. Oh yeah, it definitely is across the entire line. Oh yeah, this is something annoying that's not going to happen anymore going forward. Under the currently new proposed combat system... Oh yeah, also the 2-star did appear over the other 2-star. Confirmed, okay. I thought it did, I wasn't 100% sure though, but yeah, it does. But, yeah, you're not going to get Untuned drops anymore, so whenever you get a drop from combat, you'll be able to immediately use it always. Currently, you sometimes get a drop where you can't immediately use it, which is kind of annoying, like right now. But that's going to change after the rework that they're doing. You'll simply get a drop and just equip it immediately, if you can wield it. Yeah, we're almost finally back to 10 gold. We actually used quite a bit today to grab a bunch more potions that we needed. But anything to speed up combat a bit. It's a little pricey, but it's worth it for the speed. And our main end goal for now is 143. This is every last drop we have we go wield. So for only one 4-star, and unfortunately it was a shield. Which means I'm probably going to have to be forced to go make a rapier for the crow then at 155. I'll probably make it a level 150 and try killing it early. This is probably our main target for tomorrow. Unless I really grind off stream. Which case it might be a little bit deeper than that. But the crow and whatever the next enemy is after crow, which I believe is just a gauntlet of normal enemies. The biggest issue with crow that's always really annoying with Crown Knight is the thief is almost always immediately after it, and the thief is immune to blue. Which means if you make a good blue weapon for crow, or even just using your old blue weapon, you can no longer use against thief. Which makes me not want to make rapier for thief. I mean for Death Crow. Because ideally we just use the weapon we have now. And in that thief we go make a two-hand. I just make the standard two-hand wacky weapon. And then use that to kill you, and you. And you, potentially. And then by the time we get to Here Beast, maybe still use it or upgrade into the final plant item. Actually, maybe I'll make the final plant item at the Here Beast level. Because it's level 188. Making a level 185 for the plant isn't that bad, and just using it all the way to 200. Yeah, that might be the play then. Because that way I only have to make 2 more weapons the entire time to max. I just gotta use the weapon we're currently using it for a bit longer than I would want to. But we basically use the weapon we have now on this Death Crow. And on this goblin, and obviously on this plant. And in that thief, I make a upgraded two-hand, like a 155 or higher. Somewhere's around there. And then we use that all the way until we make like a 185 frost two-hand to finish it off with. And then clear out the final 2. And then boom, we're done. We have completed guard. Or at least prior to the combat rework. And I just got to worry about the worst combat skill in the game. Also, who voted for Hope Forest, by the way? Who's the 11% of people who voted for Hope Forest? I'm actually surprised Mines of Matubin has the same score as Hope Forest right now. Because Hope Forest is so bad. It's definitely my least favorite place to do combat. The only big upside are the bone drops. These things drop bones. I believe these things drop bones. And these things will be dropping healing potions after a rework. But basically, if you're anything but Guardian, this place is awful. And all these bone drops are going to be way too low level compared to what I need. Though, anything that isn't Bone Spike, maybe I'll go Bank. Just because some of those are normally actually hard to bank. But oddly enough, if they drop something that isn't Bone Spike, they're actually closer to a bank than the actual spawns themselves. Oddly enough. I'm actually not sure. Does the wiki have the... I highly doubt it. Does the wiki actually have their drop table at all? No, pointed bone spike. Boo. Boo. Tell me the other one drops femur or something at least. Please tell me the other one also isn't bone spike. What's it even called? It's just called a shade. Please be femur or something better. Oh yeah, that's fine, that's fine. Smooth goat horn. What is this one used for? Yeah, the other one dropping bone spike's pretty useless. Because it's further than bone spike bank. But this one dropping goat horn isn't awful. Where do you normally get goat horn? Oh yeah, well that one's actually kind of good then. It's the tier 1 bone, or not the tier 1 bone, but it's like the first bone that you get. It's like the lowest requirement bone. But it's also the worst to bank out at any of the 4 bones in the game. Because everything else has a bit of a better route. Oh no, I guess the other one's kind of annoying too. Honestly, anything that isn't bone spike's kind of annoying to bank. But that means killing Shade for goat horns is actually closer to a bank than actually gathering goat horns from the spawn itself. So yeah, Shades aren't that bad to kill then. They're weak to green. They're like the main enemy that you want to kill as a guardian there, as well as the final enemy. They're like the premier enemy of the area. Only problem is we have no green weapon as a Cryonite. Like the 2 things we can kill with blue has like nothing in drop T, but I forget what bear drops. I don't recall it being anything good. And these, I guess, if they drop their snake skill at a higher level, maybe they're okay. Maybe I'll check. Does the higher Viper actually drop their skill? And is there like a higher level skill? Because eventually getting that higher level skill actually wouldn't be that bad. No, they don't. Okay, yeah, they're awful. Unless the wiki just doesn't have it here. But assuming they don't drop the scale things, those are so bad. I'm definitely dreading that one the most. That's why we saved it for last. There's almost nothing worth killing in the whole area. Well, no, what's easy to kill here, though? Everything's kind of annoying to kill, too. This is weird to kill because it's a 2x2 instead of a 1x1. This is the only stationary enemy that hits you back, which is the worst stationary enemy in the entire game. These are a really small room, and they're immune to blue, so I can't even hit them properly as a Cryonite. These things are fine, they move really slow. But it's not worth building a fire weapon just to go kill them with. These things are neutral, but they also range you. They're basically like the thieves in Chapter 1, except without any of the benefits. Not only can you not range them, but they also don't drop XP pot for the chapter. These things are pretty bad now, though they will, apparently after the rework, drop the best healing potion. So I guess there's one upside for them, but currently they're really bad. And it's not worth going ever away to make a Tempest Day weapon for them. Plus we can't even use our bow. So yeah, the only good thing to kill in the entire area is Shade. As it is quicker to bank that bone than to actually get it from the spawn. It's actually legitimately quicker just to kill this for it. Well, maybe not quicker as how many you would get per hour. But when you're accounting for banking time only, you actually have better banking time with Shade than gathering it directly from the source. So if you're doing it 0 time while doing combat, or not literally 0 time, if you're only accounting for it from having a full inventory from after doing combat, it is technically better banking to do Shades for the bones than to actually get it from the source. It's less bones per hour, but it's less time spent banking the bones that you do get. So it's technically better, unless you need like a ton of them. If you only need a small amount, it's better. I'm not playing any chances. I want to get 143 before we die again. We're probably calling it there for now. Still gonna go higher today, just on stream-wise, but main goal 143. But yeah, I'm dreading doing Scout so much. But we gotta do it. Like, every other area has at least one good thing going for it. I don't see any redeeming quality at all. Especially as Cryonite here. If you were a Guardian here, it wouldn't be as bad. But Cryonite here is so rough. Also, honestly, I might just run longswords the entire time. I'm not even sure if I would switch into a blue weapon. The only exception to that is, are both the blue enemies always back-to-back? No. Yeah, honestly, I'm just running a longsword probably the whole time. I don't think I'm even gonna bother switching at all. And just longsword everything. Well, one good thing about none of them having a good drop table is I'm barely ever gonna have to bank. I might do all of 200 scout without banking a single time. Like, the only thing I might bank are the goat horns from Shades. And, that might be the whole list. That might be the whole list of anything we bank the entire duration. I just leave every little item on the ground unless it's like a 2-star better. But it's probably gonna be the game plan. The only other thing that might be worth banking is the final bone spike from this guy. The biggest issue with doing that is it's a mile from a bank compared to how close the one tile is from bone spike normally. So yeah, it's probably just a Shade. Shade is literally the only one good enemy in the entire area until after the combat rework, where this thing gets quite a bit of a buff. Unless they change some other things about the chapter. But yeah, the chapter is rough. Like, at least every other chapter has like something really, really good. Like chapter 1, you have things like XP pots off a thief. You have the potatoes off a goblin. You get the 7 and 10% pots from this guy. You get the 6 and 8% pots from this one for supplies. Or at least half the supplies. These give you like boost potion supplies. This one for green, this one for yellow. Not sure if any of them give blue supply now that I think about it. And of course a completely stationary unit. Chapter 3 has a completely stationary unit and a billion alchemy supplies across the whole line. Probably the best drop table out of anything as far as secondary drop table. It's not even close. If anything, it's way too broken with how good it is. I think they're toning it down some with the combat rework. I'm not 100% sure though. Oh yeah, I never one timed the bonus the other two yet. I should probably go do that. The 2 that are required for the heal pot. In case one-time bonusing skips them in a new system. Because we don't currently know how that's going to work. I assume that's not how it works. But it is saying you would technically not have to do any skin that you've already passed. But does that mean passing it in level, or passing it as in you've killed it once? Because if the answer is killed it once, I should go kill all 3 of these so we have to do Metalith. As that's the next good enemy we need to kill, is Metalith. Not that these 3 are bad, but I'd much rather be doing Metaliths. And then for Chronopolis, I guess Chronopolis has a little bit of an issue drop table wise as well. It has quite a bit of a Chapter 2 syndrome in that it's all awful. They are fixing that slightly by giving this the best fear potion though, the Spirit Doggy. But all the high drops are pretty bad. Hag is probably the most annoying unit to kill in the entire game. There are 2 stationary units though. One that's literally stationary and one that's theoretically stationary. But honestly, with infinite ammo, almost everything is theoretically stationary. Because you can also trap this behind the river and a bunch of other little gimmicky stuff like that. The only things that aren't cheesable after the rework are anything that has a range attack. Which, what's the highest concentration of range attacks on any chapter? So this chapter has 3 range attacks. Let me see, I never bothered checking the distribution. So chapter 1 has 0? I never noticed that. Chapter 1 has nothing that can range you. Chapter 1 has 0. Because these are all the things that can be cheesed with if they add movement speed plus near infinite ammo. aka like any amount of ammo over like 20 something. But yeah, all cheesable chapters are, yeah, there's 0 things that range you in chapter 1. I never noticed that till literally just now. I knew it was low, I didn't realize it was 0 low. That is very low. But yeah, chapter 1 has 0 range units. Chapter 2 has 1, just a snake. Chapter 3 has a lot. 1, 2. Oh, I thought it was more than that. Never mind. Only 2. I never noticed that till just now. Everything that ranges you in chapter 3 is weak to blue. So all the most annoying units in the chapter you can kill easily with Crown Knight. I never noticed that, but yeah, there's 2. And in chapter 3, I believe, has the most, oddly enough, 3. Oh, we got a different pair of legs. Check to see which one is better. But for now, this one's definitely better. Oh, come on! Literally the only stat I'm using right now, and it's worse. I'm still putting it on. That's really funny though. Literally the only stat we're using, and it's actually worse for it. Despite being like 15 levels higher. Technically 14. What was I going on about? How many range units are here? 1, 2, 3. Only 3. Oh yeah, that's not too bad. Why do I always feel like more? But yeah, the number of range unit is 0, 1, 2, 3. As far as how many are per chapter. Which are probably the most annoying ones to kill in the game. Because they aren't really cheesable after the new system. Oh, I knew this time would come. Someone finally took our spot. Oh, back to the middle we go. Oh, so that guy is still here. I know we are too, but still. That guy has not left yet. He's been here this whole time. Okay, they're leaving. I'm taking my spot back after I kill this one. Back to our corner. Hello, Josh. Welcome back. Hope all's been well. I know someone's retaking our corner. Well, I guess we're back to doing middle now. Should probably go clear out my inventory then if we're gonna go back to middle. I forgot. It goes to untuned storage. I need to remember that later. Well, back to potato. But yeah, I think the game plan for Hope Forest is literally just a longsword everything. Don't care about any weakness. Don't care about any extra potions. Just go heal potion, EXP potion, and just longsword everything. And then just like every 20-30 levels, we just upgrade our longsword. Let's play it as basic by the numbers as possible. Don't bother going for anything's weakness or anything. Just longsword, 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 longsword all the way through. Are we camping combat at the moment? Kind of. I'm trying to get 200 all. Like true 200 all. Before the combat rework. Then after that, we're probably going back into skilling until they fully do the combat rework. But for now, yes. We're basically combat only for next week. And then skilling only until the combat overhaul. And then probably back to combat for a bit. The first combat rework, based on what we currently know, isn't really doing that much, though. I'll probably go back for it for a day or two, but after that, I'm waiting for the really big update. Excuse me, update before we go really heavy on it. I'm waiting for the update where they add skill tree and special attacks. Only reason I wanted to do 200 all now is so we, you know, have 200 all now. I'm not necessarily doing it for the combat rework, but more so for 200 all. It just happens to also coincided being able to help with the combat rework. But the reason I'm doing 200 all combat right now is not necessarily actually for that. It does just help though. Definitely helps. You're doing the same by 100 all? Yeah, generally speaking, if you want to prep for the combat rework right now, get every single combat you have to be your highest level. So if that's something like 150, get 150 all. If something like 80, get 80 all. If that number's too high, you probably won't be able to do it. Like, there's no way I can get 271 all. It just takes too long. But yeah, that's the best way to prep if you don't know what to do for the combat rework. Based on what we currently know. Just get every single one of your levels to be the same as your highest level. Oh, why is there no one in the corner again? Someone took my corner and now there's no one utilizing the corner. I'll take it back if I have to. So we can speedrun the last few levels. Because at this point, we're just going for 143 for now. Off stream, I will get completely geared for Crow. And by completely geared, I think I might just be running what I am now. So I should say more so get completely leveled for Crow. Also, who took this one? Why? I'm so confused. Also, they're combat only. Why would you take that one? Okay, fine. I'm going back to potato. Stop the laugh. Honestly, I've never seen this room be so crowded. The problem is it's scaled really badly if everyone in the room's doing combat. It needs like half the room doing combat and half the room doing forager. Oh, so I believe by this weekend we should have every passive unlocked in the entire game. Well, minus whatever scout levels we don't have. Because today's what? Friday, right? I think it's Friday. Yeah, it's Friday. So I think the goal is to try to hit 200 guard by the end of Sunday. Or we don't end Sunday stream unless we get it. But one other byproduct of that is we're going to be getting every passive activity in the entire game unlocked other than the ones we still need for scout. But by then, we should have everything. Because the one for watch person, we only need like 8 more points into. This needs like 30-ish. It just needs like 20-something. I won't be able to do scout since we don't have the levels in it yet. But we should pretty much be done with knowledge up to where we're at. And just dump it into it as we need. Which means I might actually dump that into carpentry then. It's going to be a little bit of a waste because a couple levels there, but it's fine. It's not going to be too big a deal doing it 201 compared to 208 or something. But I'm probably going to bring the 5 and 7% potions and any spears we just throw into carpentry then. Because it's a really weird level range at this range. Because at 208 log, you need 216 carpentry. And the more knowledge I dump into it, the less I have to do this AFK activity at 208. Because 208 woodcutting gets you to at best like 209, maybe 210 carpentry. The rest you either have to knowledge or do the AFK activity for. I keep forgetting to bring this back up every time I use the spell. I can't believe how bad we did on gear. I feel like I did so good on gear when we were gone. Yeah, the second we start streaming again, we have like reverse streamer luck. Because honestly, I was doing so good on drops off stream the last few days. Yeah, the second we start streaming again, we get absolute nothing. We got a 4-star shield, which we might not even be using at all, and a 3-star glove. That is it. That is the entirety of what we got. I guess technically a 3-star bow, which wasn't too bad. I just can't use it because these are immune to green. But we'll be using it on every enemy going forward, though. It's just slightly better than what we have right now. But that's it. Those are the only 3 items all day. It's basically like 1 drop every 2 hours. That was like usable to any degree whatsoever. And 1.5 of them aren't even usable. Your shield will likely do nothing. And the other thing is a bow that we can't use on the enemy that we're currently at. Alright, let's go attach all of our upgrades then. See what our final setup's gonna look like here. Let's go bank all this junk. Go get everything equipped that needs to be equipped. Go get everything tuned that needs to be tuned. And then probably do the alchemy AFK because I'm gonna grab some dinner. Because I've been eating out like literally every single day. First time I've had a stove in like 4 days. But you use knowledge on the most, you generally want to use on production skills. But you can also use on some gathering skills just to bring you closer to your next milestone, depending on how close you are. But normally you want to be dumping into production skills because they're just slowest to do. Things like bone wright, blacksmith, stonemason, depending on your level range, potentially even alchemy. Carpenter, leatherworker, stuff like that. I'm just gonna assume the higher level pants are better. Alright, we don't, you get equipped, you get equipped, you get equipped. You get sold. You get sold. You get sold. You get sold, you get sold. Oh, so these are still the boots from day 1, by the way. I should probably get rid of them at some point, but we're holding on them for now for sentimental value. They're the only thing that survived the rollback. They were the only drop we have that survived the rollback. Oh wait, where are the better pants? Oh yeah, they're in my untuned. I'll go tune them then. Now let me take off my current pants then. I was gonna hope that they're better. We'll find out when they're not. I believe everything else just gets sold here then. Wait, wasn't this a 48% axe? No, it was only 46. Make sure none of these were like really good. 43, 39, 35. Yeah, nothing was good here. Just making sure. 46. Yeah, it's fine to go sell. Alright, all this junk. Because I know I have one perfect rapier there that I was actually keeping. I don't think I've sold it yet. But, this rapier right here. Well, pretty low level is a perfect 89% rapier. So when player trading comes out, that could be good for early game, potentially. But then again, maybe not, because honestly, by the time you have access to trading, maybe I should go sell this. Because this might be too low of a level by the time you have access to trading. I don't know, we'll see how it scales after. I'll keep it for now. Hey, where's my pants? Let's see. Also, I could probably get rid of shield. Oh no, I might need it for next chapter, I guess. I probably won't. There was a rollback on day 1. It's the only time I think that has ever been a rollback. But we had about an hour of progress that did like nothing. Between all the lag and the slight rollback that was on day 1. It was really, really early on though. Like first hour of launch. Alright, there's the final gear setup. A shield that we're never going to need. Barely a glove, and a bunch of 2-star drop. And I guess technically this bow. This bow's not that bad, actually. It's a pretty nice bow upgrade. Oh, I just realized something, though. Oh, no, wait. I shouldn't have sold that yet. Oh, no, wait. Buyback. Wait. Thank you, buyback system. Please tell me I didn't sell enough yet. Wait. I actually need that burning weapon. Duh, because I can't use the bow when I go back there. You get to buy back for full price, right? I'm pretty sure it's the same thing. Whoops. I actually need that. False alarm. Wait, I actually need that to finish out the other guy. I'll need that after I finish it off, but I'm not done with it yet. I'm just done with it for now, but I'm not actually done with the plant yet. I still need to kill it more later. Alright, grab a couple of these, grab a couple of those. And there we go. Use KP for carp from 5 to 200, but you regret... Or from 50 to 200? Oh, wow. Yeah, you shouldn't do it for that much. You definitely want to use it to offset it. The best way to do it is to do woodcutting and carpenter simultaneously. And then just process all the logs you get. And then do all the knowledge on the carpenter and keep going back and forth. That's the way we personally end up doing it. But it makes it so you don't end up wasting as much knowledge on carpenter. It saves a lot of knowledge points compared to doing it separately. Yeah, I normally want to do them together. Even more so than like these. Because these, depending on how you're keeping them, you'd actually get... you need to do mining way more than you need to do these two. So knowledging these is actually pretty good. But when it comes to woodcut and carpenter, as long as you're doing an even amount of both, you're pretty much good to go. And just do a little bit of knowledge in between to offset it. Like right now, 208 woodcutting does not get us 216 carpenter. But you know, we get our 208 woodcutter, we didn't process it all, and then we dump all the knowledge into it. And then we're good to go. I should technically do that grind before I do the scout grind. But I'm probably going to still do the scout grind in starting next Tuesday or something. But technically, we should get 208 woodcutting and then go get like 209 carpenter before I go do that. But I don't think it's going to make that big a deal. Doing knowledge at 201 compared to like 209. Like it matters, but it doesn't matter that much. So it should be fine. Do you think a quest will come out before the rework? We actually did a poll on that one day. The poll was... Or the one that I thought it would be, is one quest will come out before the rework. Where we'll get one quest, then the rework, then the other quest. And then at this point, now that we know there's a second rework, probably a second rework. Like, I think they're going to probably try alternating them. Also, here's the check-in on the old accounts since we haven't seen them for several days. This account is making bank by doing bone right and has more money than it ever knows what to do with, and even has another knowledge point ready to go. Bone right is so free. And then we have stonemason, which has been a nightmare. I almost don't want to do this to 500 because how big of a nightmare this is going to be. Is actually, look at his cash stack right now. Look at his cash stack. That's about its entire cash stack, honestly. 30 bronze? That sounds about right. Because it just keeps dumping every last bit of cash it has into knowledge, or into stonemason. And it has to keep doing that over and over and over and over again. Because there's only so few areas in stonemason where you actually get to profit. Luckily, one's about to come up. It's at 67 when we get to finally not burn money. But gosh, does it burn so much money. We are so in the red. Like, it doesn't even have a full inventory of 8k. Luckily, it has enough, I hope, to get to level 67. And then I could just start running the thing right next to it and we'll be good to go. I don't even need to go sell these yet. But, gosh, it is down bad on money. Its cash stack is at 30 bronze. It actually gets 0 multiple times, like actual 0. Like, I've never even seen it before. But, like, literal 0 silver, 0 bronze. Like, actual 0. It has hit, like, 3 times now. Like, actual 0. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, stonemason is expensive. Like, it's not as expensive as smithing, but gosh, it is so expensive if all you're doing is AFK in stonemason. It's the same issue that you would have if you did leatherwork or carpenter. Because you burn a lot more money than you make. Because there's a lot of product that you lose money on if you buy from the shop. And only a few where you actually profit. And leatherworker is the same issue as well. Where there's a bunch of random stuff that you have to constantly make that you lose money on. But then occasionally you get to make something where you don't lose money on. But stonemason is also set up that way. Where you're still burning more money than you're making. So you always need something to offset it. Currently I've been doing Fisher. Because he needs to get 25 in order to be able to do the lost shipment quest. So I'm getting both of them there. Though this one's going to get it way beforehand. Because it's been trying to do it to offset its non-existent money. Like, I've already wasted like 3 knowledge points on stonemason just to try to knowledge pass some of the dead zones like we're in right now, because it's just burning so much money. I have no clue how we're doing at the 500, because it's just gonna literally hit negative. And I'm not sure how we make money at that point. Because right now it doesn't matter because I'm using like a level 20 something skill to feed money into a 66. But that's not going to work when our average skill is like level 50 and we're trying to feed into a level 300 something AFK. I'm not sure how we're sourcing the money if trading's not out by then, because I think it's literally impossible. I'm not sure what our issue or what we're going to do by then. I'm hoping the issue resolves itself by trading coming out in like 2 or 3 months, because up to 200 it shouldn't be that costly. But post 200, this thing does not have enough money to survive. If we just trade it over like 5G, 10G, it should be fine. But hopefully it can survive to like 200-ish before then. As the second trading comes out, it'll be resolved. The problem is before then, this account's going to be a nightmare trying to get stonemason AFK'd up. That is its current plan. That's where they're all at. But anyways, guys, we'll be back tomorrow. Same time as always. We're back to normal schedule, noon Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. Main game plan is probably kill the crows. Crows, goblins, mess with that. Definitely really combat heavy over the next week, pretty much until 200 all. And then once we have true 200 all, we'll start spreading out a lot more again. But anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful week. Thanks for stopping by again. And yeah, we should be back to normal schedule now. Around noon Eastern Standard Time every day, going for several hours or so, give or take. And yeah, go from there. Obviously, combat rework around the corner. Q&A for the combat rework around the corner, though the person who was going to do it got sick, so it's a little bit delayed. The update itself isn't delayed, but the Q&A on the update has been delayed. But it should be sometime next week, whereas originally supposed to be like this weekend. But they just delayed it about a week. Not the update, but the update on the update. The information on the update is delayed, but the actual update itself is not delayed. And yeah, we'll go from there. Anyways, guys, I hope you all enjoy your weekend. I'll catch you guys later. And thanks for stopping by. Oh yeah, final poll, by the way. So the final poll, 27 votes. If you were to do combat in only one Brighter Shore zone, which would it be? 30% for Hope Park Guard. 11% tied for both Chapter 2 and 3. And then obviously in first place, mostly because of raid den bias, I would assume, is Chronopolis' watch person. Which I was considering banning it for this poll, because I knew for sure it would win if it wasn't banned. And guess what happened? It won. But it is a part of its combat, so it's not fair to ban it. But yeah, it did win by like a mile. Maybe not. Guard was pretty close, Chapter 1's, but yeah, Hope Part obviously won because of raid dens. Like, if you minus raid dens from it, Chapter 4 is not the greatest. It's not the worst chapter. I would say this Chapter 2 probably. But it definitely loses a lot of points for not having raid dens. But the fact that it does have raid dens carries it so hard, as it just makes it so chill just doing combat there. You can AFK it forever. You can multi-skill it. Don't need to worry about drops or anything unless you're checking the chest. Pretty nice. But anyways, guys, I'll catch you guys later. And I hope you all have a wonderful weekend, for everyone. And thanks for watching.